You're just gonna have to track
Not
them down.
For long!
Just gonna have to track them down and find them, and then kick their butts. As Minsk would say, butt kicking for goodness.
Okay, not that kind of butt, Cat. Not that kind of butt. Go.
What?
I think my cat heard the word butt because she immediately jumped up on the desk and put hers in my face.
If your cat were really trained to do that, I would have a great time tomorrow. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so to briefly recap, the peace conference that has been underway here between the Zealand and the Federation and the other Alpha Quadrant powers got interrupted rather rudely by the individual, the representative of the Skinia known as Sloan. And also who beamed Bianca's mirror universe counterpart onto the Dauntless as a distraction while the mirror universe version of Shiana Darrow beamed onto Starbase 374 and kidnapped her.
Kidnapped who? Sorry.
So
kidnapped Kismet.
Kismet. Yes, thank you. I was not clear on that. Kidnapped the Zealand representative for the negotiations. So as we had left off with Sloan engaging some sort of temporal drive on his ship and disappearing. You're not quite sure where, you're not quite sure when. So, what do you all think about picking up in the conference room shortly thereafter?
Right after that happens, Bianca is going to order Jonas to set a course for the Ciatina homeworld, maximum slipstream velocity.
Okay.
Is there a thing I leave notes somewhere? I can't find my notes. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Let's make this difficulty 3. It's going to be structure con for the Dauntless, control con for Jonas. And Jonas, I'm going to so just so you all know, because of the kind of escalated situation, I'm going to give myself additional threat. And I'm going to spend 1 point of threat here to increase Jonas's complication range.
Okay. I am going to grab a dice for cautious con.
Okay. Yep, because you guys do have 4 momentum that carried over from the previous episode, so now you're down to 3.
Mm-hmm. I haven't used cautious con in for...
Yeah, you might have opportunity to use it tonight.
Yep, okay, so I'm assuming I do have focus.
Yes, astronavigation will apply here.
Okay. And set that to 2. My complication range is 2?
Yes.
Okay. That's 3.
3 successes on a difficulty 3, so someone go ahead and roll for Dauntless.
I think Sarah was going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, no love from Dauntless, but you do make the difficulty, and Dauntless engages at slipstream toward the Ciatina homeworld. You will be there in about 30 seconds. So, anyone doing anything while we are out there?
Oh, so we took Mirror Bianca to the brig, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, which is where she is now. Still conscious, I think, because I don't think y'all knocked her out. So.
No, but she seemed definitely in need of like medical attention.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe mental health attention.
Ah, that is not my department.
Bianca will say that is going to order Dr. Pierce to have a look at her. She's also going to order a telepathic inhibitor be put on her.
That is probably
Jonas's
smart.
brain thanks you.
Okay, so Dauntless arrives in the Ciatina system some 30 seconds or so later.
Do I need to roll anything to pull us out safely?
No.
Okay.
That
I
was
feel
just
right.
kind of a limited slipstream burst, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And once we come out, Bianca will be like, "Hail the Voludin."
Hailing, Captain.
No response.
Hail the Ciatina.
Hailing, Captain.
Y'all wait, and still no response.
Is
I'm gonna scan the planet.
Is Jonas picking up anything hinky?
Who's doing the scan?
Rye, I would assume.
Okay. Rye, are you
Alright.
on roll 20?
I
Adam,
am
rather?
not. I'm sorry.
No, no worries. Well, so
We're reptile holding right now, so hold on here.
well, no worries. While you're waiting, I will go ahead and answer Jonas's question.
Cool.
Jonas, you're not detecting. For a moment, you weren't detecting anything hinky, but as you're kind of stretching your senses out, something is definitely not right. But it's not just the Ciatina planet. All right, Adam's in roll 20, so let's.
I am indeed.
Get that. It's going to. This is going to be. I'm going to make this a difficulty 0 task.
Gotcha. Is this reason plus science using the sensors?
Yes, it is.
Gotcha.
And sensor science for the Dauntless.
I'll grab the Dauntless.
Sounds good. I get a re-roll in case it comes up here. What do I got here?
You got 3 successes. I don't think you're going to need the reroll.
Oh,
Two from
gotcha.
the ship.
And
Okay.
then bam. Okay, yeah, we will take that.
Yep. So y'all are maxed out on momentum, and you're picking up some sort of temporal. You're picking up massive numbers of temporal anomalies on the planet's surface, Rye. You're also picking up a massive chronoton shockwave incoming.
Okay, what will the chronoton shockwave do to the ship?
You've never seen anything like this, so you have no idea.
Gotcha. Can I make a hypothesis? Can I roll to make a hypothesis of what I think might happen?
Yeah. Let's do insight science. Difficulty here,
Yeah.
I'm going to put it 3.
Bianca's going to when she hears about the chronoton shockwave, she's going to say temporal shields up.
I was about to suggest that.
Cool.
Right,
Yeah,
just like looks at the readings, just go for
Yeah,
a second,
see me
like,
to it.
stare up at your face, and be like, how fucked are we?
Yeah, so I'm going to take 1 momentum to give me an extra die because I feel like we just maxed it out and this might be important. So.
Okay.
All right, big. Is the ship helping me?
Not on this.
Am I gonna use its
this
computers?
Is, this
Okay,
is you're using your brain and your intuitive reasoning, as it were.
Gotcha. 3 successes. Oh, well, that's fine. I even had to focus there. Okay, so not enough, guys. Gotcha.
All right.
So
what I will say is, the last time you saw something this big something with this kind of a shockwave front. There have been two kind of events like this where where a wave front came through space the way this is coming through. One was the
Okay.
Phobos supernova. The other was the detonation of Kronos' moon.
Gotcha. Praxis.
Praxis, yes, thank you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah!
Well, using
With the
that,
lore.
I will make, if it's anything like that, I'll recommend that we, Captain, we have a massive shockwave coming in. And after, I'm sure that's when the captain says temporal shields up.
Yep.
We should probably turn into the wave to try to get over it the quickest we can, and brace
Yep.
for impact.
Okay, so
Mr. Carden, turn us in.
uh,
All hands, this is the captain. Brace for impact.
so the Dauntless turns to face the wavefront. Bianca, the readings on the panel on your captain's chair are showing the temporal shielding is having trouble coming online. Like it's fluctuating for a few seconds, and then as the shockwave is about to hit, it comes up full force. The shields do, and the wave front passes through the Dauntless with apparently no effect.
We're fine, but what about what's around us?
Yeah, I'm gonna. So the second it's done, I'm gonna do internal sensors and external sensors. Like I'm gonna start putting assigning teams to this because I don't like apparently no effect.
Okay. So
So I'll turn to my physics guy, who I'm sure is on the bridge. Like,
Oh,
you-
and like Deanna's like gut is with you there, which is like that didn't affect us at all. I don't believe it.
So you notice a couple of things going through this readout after the shock front passes, Rye. The first is that the the temporal shielding has a different shield matrix than it did about 30 seconds ago.
Okay.
Uh,
That's weird. I will report that to the captain. Captain, it seems like something's our temporal shields seem to have adjusted frequency from their standard parameter very, very recently.
Yeah, I was seeing that they were having a hard time coming up, and then all of a sudden they were up.
The second thing
That
is you're
isn't-
getting a hail from engineering.
I will
Well, it's
I
for
put
the
it on
bridge.
my station, but for the bridge. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then well, all right. I'm not gonna stop that.
Rich here.
Oh, we're still here. Good. I got it just in time. You should you come? Do you want to come down here, or should I come up to you?
What voice are we hearing?
It's
Bianca
Jonas,
knows.
it's- Yeah, it's a voice that y'all have heard before.
Oh man, the blue box.
Why is he here? Why
She.
every time?
She.
Oh, that's right. It's she now.
Mhm.
I have a question. Amidst all of this stuff happening,
Mhm.
how is Jonas?
He feels oddly anchored, and part of that might just be because of the shield grid for the temporal shielding. Part of that might be because of the doctor's presence. Outside the ship feels like a storm, but the Dauntless feels like the eye of the hurricane.
Okay.
Here we go again. And Bianca says, "I'll be down in engineering." Lieutenant Commander Turkev, you're with me.
Aye, Captain. I'm
Shiana,
telling my
you have the
girlfriend
bridge.
The doctor's here, and she's very excited.
My cat is very excited because there's a moth on the wall. And River, if you try to get that, you're gonna knock shit off the wall. Get down. Katie, can you come in here and assist? Katie was originally going to be with us this evening, reprising their role as Claude Lavoie, but they had a migraine, so they were unable to attend, unfortunately. But
That's okay.
if you hold Rigel, he may be able to get it.
Just let them kill them off.
Oh, Rigel has like 18 moth kills at this point.
As the captain's getting up to go, Jonas is going to turn around in his chair. Captain, permission to accompany you?
Ah, sure, why not?
More the merrier. All right, hang on just a moment here, and I will move you guys over to main engineering.
Sienna and I just look at each other as everyone gets on the turbo lift.
Say that again?
I said Sheehan and I just look at each other as like the doors close after everyone gets on the turbo lift.
Basically, yes. So, you arrive, Bianca, you and Rai and Jonas arrive in engineering, and you see a distinctive blue box that you have definitely seen before, along with this rather distinctive blonde woman who is fussing around with a couple of panels in on the engineering console. And Jezza, who is standing aside and saying, she just kind of pushed me out of the way, Captain. I'm sorry.
She does that. Doctor, can you, like, stop poking at my ship for, like, 2 seconds?
Yes, of course. Sorry. I'm glad I got here when I could, though, because we may have just witnessed a Class 9 apocalypse.
There are
did not
classes
know.
of apocalypses.
I'm glad the captain and I are the same page.
There are. You see, it ranges from class 1, which is like only one planet, to the class 2, which is a couple of planets or a system. Class 9 is an entire universe.
Exponential growth, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Class 10 would be the multiverse, in which case we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. We've prevented a couple class 10s, so I think we deserve to know what's going on.
Yes, yes, absolutely. There was an anomaly. First, it was well, do you have an astrometrics lab? It might be easier to show you.
I do. This way. So we can let Commander Ron have her engineering move back.
Yes, absolutely, but we may need to come back down.
That's fine. But one thing at a time.
Well, I suppose, seeing as there's only one of me, and that's probably a good thing, because anytime there's more than one of me, things get really complicated really fast, and we just don't want that.
I hand the doctor a comm badge. Since it seems like you're already a member of the crew.
Oh, right, the ship probably recognized me, right. We've worked together a little bit before.
The important question for me, my paranoid ass, is does the doctor take the comm badge?
Yes.
Okay, cool. On the meta level, I doubt I'll ever need to do anything with it, but all I did was just give her a tracker.
No, she's familiar with the
Well, about
technology.
it actually working.
So you all make a quick rush to astrometrics, and she points out, so the anomaly started here, and the astrometrics map is pointing at the Fellathrix system, the Fellathrine system.
Yeah, we were just there. There was a ship that activated a temporal drive.
Right. But what happens with this anomaly next is what is particularly interesting. See, the disruption travels backwards in time, and across about a half a quadrant of space. And Bianca, she moves the map and regresses the timeline back about a year and a half to 2 years. But the coordinates in space you very clearly recognize as the Romulus system.
I get a little bit more perked up at that.
Actually goes... And she says, now here's where things get really interesting, because... And she kind of pulls in the map and zooms in. Wait, your map doesn't have it. Hang on. She pulls out a little wand device and starts like waving it over the panels with a little...
Okay, are we talking new Romulus or Romulus?
Romulus.
Okay.
She pulls out a device that and kind of waves it over the panels for a few seconds, and the map, instead of depicting the debris field in the nebula where Romulus was, now depicts Romulus.
So let me make sure I understand.
So Romulus reappeared, and then the shockwave emanated out from it.
So if I'm to understand you correctly, Doctor, if Romulus reappeared, its essential presence in our space-time continuum caused, if you will, like dropping a pebble into a pool of water. It
Precisely.
the-
And just like
And
the
it has-
original Hobus supernova, the time-space disruption spread out through cyberspace, which is why it crossed the entire length of the galaxy as quickly as it did.
For once, Jonas actually understands all of this because of his his temporal science focus.
Yep. It still gives you a bit of a headache, Jonas, but you're actually following.
Oh, he's got a major headache coming on because he can still feel the storm outside the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that explains the shockwave. But why does a Scania hologram who kidnapped my Zealand ambassador have to do with it?
Because once that shockwave started spreading out, something else started following.
Which is?
Well, give me a moment and I'll show you. Actually, give me a moment as the GM. Let's pull that over here. I wonder, do I have to upload this image first, or can I just drag it right onto the screen? Let's find out, shall we? Where did that image even go? Oh, there it is. Nope, that's a web page? What the shit? Alright, so I knew there was something I was forgetting, and this is it. I'm very sorry. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you not be immaculately prepared?
I mean, okay, but this is something I should have been prepared for. The good news is this will be fairly quick. I think. Yep, there it is. She says, because once that shockwave propagated, these started pouring out of it.
What is that?
Well, Time Lords call them Reapers, but I suspect they are very tightly connected to your Scania.
Yeah, we don't really know much about the Skinia because there isn't really much to be found out.
Right, they're not native to your universe, to our universe, but a temporal paradox of that scale and that magnitude allowed them to start coming through space-time into our universe, and they've kind of been wreaking havoc ever since.
You mean in the last few minutes that we've been having this conversation?
I mean, in,
Or
I mean, in the last 2 years.
great.
And
How do we get rid of them?
well, we have to fix the paradox.
Which means getting back our ambassador.
Right. We'll have to get your ambassador back, but that's not the only part of it. Whatever happened to put Romulus back on your map needs to be undone. And I'm very sorry about that, Commander Turkev.
Well, considering the fact that the fate of the entire universe might be at stake, I may have to not eat my cake.
Well, that's why I was trying to contact the Voluden. Because they could tell us where Sloane is. Unless you can.
Well, I think it's logical to guess that your Sloane is the cause of this anomaly, in which case, if we go back to the anomaly's center point, we find him.
And prevent him from doing whatever it is he did.
Precisely.
Well, I'd like to know more about what he did so that we can,
And she,
prevent that.
she pulls up. She pulls up the galaxy map again and zooms into Romulus again and pulls this up.
Oh my god, we're in that alternate universe, aren't we?
Where the Borg
Oh,
are
hey,
overrun.
Oh, Dolly's.
We
gonna
always
have
keep
so many-
rubber banding back to this.
Dolly's gonna have
What?
so many emotions.
This is what's called a fixed point. Whatever happened to Romulus was supposed to happen. Altering that caused a paradox.
Right. Like the paradox that created this universe in the first place.
Right. Now, whatever caused this universe must have been very quickly fixed, or else you would probably not be here. But in this case, your Sloane must have stopped it from... must have stopped the fix from being implemented. Must have stopped whoever was trying to fix this from actually doing it.
All I know is that it must have happened during the Iconian War. But other than that, it's classified to High Hell and back.
One day I will with Quinn.
But we know when and where it happened.
We do. Because we have never been able to figure that out.
So, oh, incidentally, your medical officer, Dali, where's she? Where are they?
They are on the bridge.
Okay, we need to make sure they're up to speed on this too.
Yeah, given the fact that it has to do with their old collective.
And if they were to meet their past self here, it would be very, very bad.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm probably just taking passive scans, so whatever I notice. Me and Shanna on the bridge. Alone.
Let's jump.
All right. Let's
Oh,
all
never
move
mind.
this happy party up to the bridge then.
Really cool.
All right, so Y'all get back onto the bridge. I'm going to rewind time a little bit here, not as a Time Lord, but as a GM. Just so that Shiana, you, and Dahli have a few minutes to kind of converse amongst yourselves, I suppose?
Okay.
If that's something you want to do.
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna look to Shiana. Why is it always time manipulation with this ship?
It's not the ship. It's the goddamn nebula.
This time it was a hologram that I thought we destroyed, but you're
Well, we were never sure that we destroyed the base programming, so I'm not surprised.
Your the Alliance seems very loose with temporal programming and technology. That or Sloan, not Sloan, whatever this is even more cunning than we fear.
I'm going to spend 2 threat.
Great, love hearing that from the DM.
And Dahli and Shiana, let me have you both make an insight. We'll call this insight security, but it's difficulty 1.
Do I have a focus?
Let me look. I'm thinking neither one of you is going to have a focus here. Yeah, no focus is here. Okay, so Shiana, you're gonna... Oh, nice! So, both of you are kind of conversing with each other and looking at the main view screen as a black dot emerges on the face of the Ciatina homeworld and starts to expand.
A black dot, or as in like an absence of light, as if it's being condensed into a singularity?
Oh god.
No, a singularity would bend light around it. This is nothing.
Okay.
This is a black dot that is starting. Well, and Roddy, you're still in astrometrics at this point.
Gotcha. Then my hope is whoever's on the bridge is totally scanning the shit out of that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna
Look at that, tell you what the fuck is that?
Does it look like a ship, or does it look like just like an anomaly?
Zooming in, it looks like an anomaly, and it's growing.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan that.
Okay, so let's do.
Who's our science officer on the bridge right now?
What's that?
Who's our science officer on the bridge right now?
That would be Catalea.
Yeah, or me.
So
or Dahli. Who would y'all prefer to have do the scan?
I think Catalea is probably better than I am at science.
Okay. Why don't you roll for Dauntless then?
But they can totally assist though. Dahli can totally, especially if we're seeing. Oh no, wait, was it on the screen that we see the collective, or is that just something that was a display brought up by the doctor?
That was something on astrometrics display.
Gotcha. Okay, I was like,
No.
Sounds like her area of expertise.
Right.
Yeah, if I was there, I would totally be helping you.
So, yeah, if you want to scan, you can assist or you can roll for the Dauntless. Take your pick, but it's only going to be difficulty 1, and y'all are actually. You know what? I'm gonna change this up. I'm gonna make it difficulty 0, just so that we're not gonna have to roll because the sensors are gonna show you. This is
Okay.
Catalea is zooming in and saying, "This is some sort of life form registering as a temporal anomaly, and it's consuming the planet.
A
Um,
life form?
Multiple life forms.
Do
Is
we have
Jonas
anything in the
feeling
database
anything?
that matches up to this?
Nothing. We have nothing that matches up to this, Commander." Jonas from Astrometrics is still not feeling anything at this point beyond what he's been feeling.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you.
A medical scan of it?
a medical scan?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do reason medicine, and difficulty here I am going to set at 1.
Okay. Would it be xenobiology? Would that work?
Yes. Yep, xenobiology will work here. And Dauntless will assist with sensors medicine.
Okay.
Okay. So your medical scanner resolves the medical scanners from the ship resolve some sort of a life form. Unlike anything you've seen before, it's got, if anything, you'd say it looks like a miniature version of of like a dragon from ancient Earth mythology. Like it's got the
So
tail, it's got wings like a bat.
So it's corporeal. It's definitely a physical creature.
It's corporeal, but it's also registering as anomalous, as if it's not entirely there.
Okay. I will sort of consolidate like a image or whatever, like a illustration or rendering of what it kind of looks like, and I will put it up on the view screen for
Okay.
Shannon.
And these are what you see.
No, don't like it. And that's like a completely foreign life form, right? Like
That is like nothing you've ever seen before.
Should we monitor it? Should we attack it?
There are, from what your medical scanner or from what your sensors can tell, Dolly, it's difficult to resolve the number of them that are down on the planet. But after a few moments, they disperse, and there is nothing left of the planet.
Oh,
Commander Darrow to Captain West.
West here.
The whole planet just disappeared.
it was.
It was eaten by things.
Do they kind of look like bat dragons?
Sure.
All right. We're coming back up to the bridge. We've got to fix time.
I hate it when it breaks. The Lieutenant Commander says as he begins going toward the bridge.
You and me both.
But we'll be there momentarily.
I have a question for you, Doctor.
Oh. Yes, what is it? Go ahead.
How are we supposed to fix what's happening? We can't leave the temporal shielding of the ship, or we'll be swept into whatever changes have happened.
And that's why, thank you, that's why we need to go back down to engineering. Captain, may I borrow him?
Go ahead. I've got to get back to my bridge. Keep me posted.
Hi, Captain.
I was gonna need
So,
him for a hug, but now he's all the way in engineering.
so you all come back onto the bridge in time to hear Catalea say, "Commander, I'm no longer reading anything outside the ship."
Oh.
The C2
Anything
star is gone.
How much nothing is nothing? Nothing, nothing?
That would be nothing, Commander.
There's a faint rumble. Okay, I take that back. Those life, some of those life forms have started trying to come through the temporal shielding. It's holding for right now.
Good.
Bianca kind of just like slaps something on her chair armrest, and she goes, "Hey, doctor,
Working on
can
it.
we get a move on? Can we get a?"
Yeah. Well, as soon as I can. I promise you. So, the doctor is down in engineering, Jonas. It looks like this is something that she's done before, and probably has, since this is given her familiarity with the Dauntless's engineering systems. Let me have you do an insight engineering roll,
Sorry.
and you have 2 floating momentum if you want to use some momentum.
Yeah, I'll use one of them for an extra dice.
Okay.
My complication range is back down to 1, right?
Yes, it is.
And I'm assuming I have a focus here.
Your temporal mechanics focus.
Awesome. All right. What's my
I'm going to set the base difficulty at 2.
Okay. 4.
4 successes, nice. All right. Given the number of successes there, Jonas, you don't know a whole lot about the inner workings of the TARDIS, but it looks like she's adapting the TARDIS's propulsion system so that it's tied in with the Dauntless's systems.
So that, if need be, she can fly the Dauntless through the TARDIS.
Well, no, so that the Dauntless can travel through time and space the same way the TARDIS can.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood your wording. Okay, that's cool. That's going to be interesting.
Well, it's not the first time we've done this, right? Or maybe it is for you. I can never remember. I'm sorry. Look, can I get you to help me tie these cables into that console over there?
This I remember doing before.
Oh, and Commander Ron, you can help too. Actually, you're something of an expert. Well, I'll tell you later.
Just pushing Jezza into the TARDIS as Jezza just makes sad noises.
Actually, kind of. Like, okay, go in there and do exactly as I say. So, okay, Lieutenant Codden, Jonas, right?
Yes.
All right, the captain's going to need you in the bridge, and the ship kind of rumbles again. Honestly, about 30 seconds ago, so the sooner the better, really.
Yep. We'll finish up here and...
Go ahead. Justin and I have this.
All right. Be careful, you two.
And she takes this pair of goggles out of her jacket pocket and just like straps it over her eyes as she continues working.
And Jonas will make a mad dash for the nearest turbo lift to get to the bridge.
Okay. You get back onto the bridge, Jonas, and there is nothing on the view screen. Like, the view screen is active, but it's not showing anything except the occasional one of those creatures that keeps bumping up against the temporal shielding.
Okay. natural instinct for Jonas would be, can he feel anything?
Oh.
Or is it just dead silent?
There is nothing except for these things. And these things
And-
don't feel right at all.
Mm.
Jonas, it's like
There's a-
someone has unwoven the entire tapestry of time.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a slight stagger, and he's gonna grab onto a console before pushing himself over to his station. Reporting for duty, Captain.
All right. Be prepared to activate whatever it is the doctor is wiring up down there and set the temporal coordinates.
Of course, if I may, I would like to take some evasive actions before they do too much damage to our shields.
I have a feeling we're not going to be able to outrun them. They're everywhere.
A couple of
You don't
them
have to tell me.
have started like are trying to grip the temporal shielding. They're still kind of sliding off of it, but one of them has gained purchase and is trying to bite its way through.
This is... They're like, damn Minox.
Right? Essentially, but like bigger and meaner, and you don't want them to get through.
Is there anything I can do to shake them off the shielding, at least temporarily?
Evasive maneuvers might work.
Then I would love to do like a barrel roll, please.
Do a barrel roll. Okay, let's do Darren Con and Engines Con for Dauntless. The difficulty here I'm going to set at 3.
Okay. Do we still have floating momentum or no?
Yes.
I would like to use one of those floating momentum
Okay.
for cautious con.
You got it.
And I have a focus and evasive action, so I do have a focus. Yay!
Yep.
I'm gonna re-roll that 0.
Okay. Would someone like to roll the Dauntless?
I can if nobody's got it.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Cool. Give me a
I just
second.
remember Kate saying they never roll for the Dauntless anymore.
Kate, do you want to roll or you want me got?
That is a hard no.
But is it hard no to me doing it or you
No,
doing
don't
it?
hurt.
A hard no to me ever rolling for the ship. You know?
Gotcha. All right. Am I doing engines and
You're doing Engines Con.
engines con? All right. Big money, no whammy. Stop.
Okay. You made the difficulty. That's the good news.
And I also raise our resistance by 2. If that counts for anything, I have a talent for it.
Shouldn't need it. That's the good news. But your evasive maneuver does manage to shake it off. Like it didn't have its claws in the shielding matrix. It just was like trying to gain purchase, and as you start moving the ship, it shakes loose. And Jonas, at your console, you get a set of coordinates from engineering.
Yep. Do I recognize them?
Give me an insight command? No, insight science. I'll say difficulty 2 here, but your focus and temporal mechanics will apply.
Okay. I'm not going to spend anything on this one just because I'm not too worried about it, if I recognize it or not. That's fine. I don't have to recognize where we're going.
No, the coordinates are in a system that you don't really recognize. Looks like a bunch of kind of concentric interlocked semicircles. But as you punch it into the navigation console, the ship's
Is it just
systems...
go-
What's that?
Never mind. I was gonna. No, it's fine. I was just gonna say, is Jonas the only one who got the coordinates?
Oh,
But it's all good.
okay. Um, the ship's navigation console does appear to recognize it, though. And
Okay.
it just responds coordinates locked.
Coordinates locked, Captain.
Engage.
And
And you don't get the normal starfield, obviously. You also don't get the somewhat less familiar blue tunnel of Slipstream. What you get instead is chaotic, for lack of a better word. Like again, you're the eye in the center of the storm, Jonas, but this storm is moving in all dimensions, including dimensions you didn't realize existed.
Jonas just kind of like is in awe, but also like, come on off the ride.
Yeah, he's gripping his console kind of hard.
I feel like we're breaking Jonas.
Possibly a little.
Yeah, it's fine. He'll be fine.
Just imagine it's Jonas on mushrooms. It's
There-
fine.
But the rest of you looking at the view screen are kind of seeing this too. Like there are nebulas, galaxies, worlds that you're passing by that may have never existed or may never exist. And after a few seconds, the doctor comes up onto the bridge. She says, "Oh, good. So that's working too. I'm 2 for 2 today."
I would hope so. And Bianca just kind of like, and she turns to Kate and she goes, I have a feeling
To
we're
Shiana.
going to have to, yeah. Have a feeling we're going to have to deal with your counterpart.
Oh, how fun. And Shanna grins grimly. Do you think we might get any useful intelligence out of your counterpart?
Like, I'm thinking, like, I'm just double checking my math with the GM. I'm thinking from what I got from her telepathically that is a hard no, not without some therapy.
She's kind of broken.
I mean, that's what I figured as a player, but
Yeah.
she only had to ask.
Bianca's just like, I don't think she's in any state to give anybody anything right now.
Granted. Well, we're not completely blind. We've dealt with them before. We've also dealt with Sloane before.
Yeah. Well,
I do wonder, though. I feel like we're lacking the whole picture on motivation.
Chaos can sometimes be an odd
Right, you weren't.
motivator.
So, as far as I can tell, those creatures that we've been seeing, the Time Lords call them Reapers, and one of the things that I do is make sure that they don't break into space-time, because as you can see, when they do break into our universe, it's bad.
and they basically need some sort of fracture in time to be broken in order to invade.
Precisely.
Are they the Skinia?
I think so.
Are they?
And how have you defeated them before?
Well, if you can fix the temporal anomaly that spawns them, you can usually force them back into their own space.
But they've got this agent of chaos running around, and we tried to deactivate him, kill him, whatever you want to say, and he just came back. How do we prevent them from sending another one like him? Or sending him again? Because I'm pretty tired of having to deal with them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I can see where this would be extremely tiring. I wonder. Did you ever have any temporal anomalies on this vessel for any period of time?
I mean,
There's
take
a
your
whole
pick.
Yeah,
Take your
I'll
pick.
put that
We've had
information on a pad.
we have a data core down in one of our cargo bays that's just showed up one day when we were having a temporal anomaly, and it's kind of been there ever since. And then we've had the temporal cyclone, which of course you helped us with. We had
I remember that. Very, very stressful time for me.
and
They just say temporal anomaly, and my hand just slowly
and
freezes.
Dali. Oh, Dali, by the way, we're gonna go to your old universe.
Excuse me.
By the way,
Yeah. So when
That-
we traced the event
that's
back to its
impossible.
when the doctor traced the event back to its originating point, it happened in a universe where Romulus existed and had been assimilated.
But the bubble collapsed. It no longer exists.
it no longer exists now, but it existed then, which was. And I know it's temporal mechanics. It takes a little bit of getting used to. By your reckoning, it was Stardate 87226.9.
Do I know that's right?
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks before the end of the Iconian War.
Okay. So, before I crossed over.
Yes.
Okay.
Before 19 crossed over. I mean,
Yeah.
not like
And
not LA was
apparently-
still here.
Apparently that timeline didn't exist for very long because, well, it was created and then destroyed very quickly.
Right, but the thing with that is, it continued its existence in the past, which is how Dali kind of came to be about in the first place.
Right.
Like the timeline, once it was created, propagated in both directions in time, except in the
Well,
future
yeah.
where it was cut off.
And it's
Right.
the reason why in our prime timeline we have my collective.
Precisely.
But let me ask you this, Doctor. The Iconians are immune to temporal or they can't travel through time.
Right.
Was this universe created because of them somehow? Because of our war with them? Maybe an attempt
So,
to
Starfleet hasn't told
wipe them
you-
out?
Starfleet hasn't told you about what happened, and have
It's
they?
classified. It's so classified that I can't even get anywhere near any of that sort of thing
Okay.
with
told
regard
you
to
that
what happened during the Iconian War.
Okay. So
Starfleet attempted to create a universe in which the Iconian War never existed, and in so doing, the Iconians never became a powerful species past their prime, and
mostly
due
true.
to that occurrence,
Their appearance would have been delayed by about 9 centuries if the Alpha Quadrant Alliance had gotten their way. But of course they didn't, because
Well, because they
destruction of
discovered
Romulus
that
was
the
a fixed point in time, and anything related to that is
well,
break the
because
timeline.
Romulus wasn't destroyed, the Borg were able to invade and get a foothold in the Beta Quadrant and gain access to the Romulans' cloaking technology, which in turn, I could see why that they would want to shut that shit down pretty quickly.
Right. Not only that, but if it had perpetuated for any length of time, the results of that paradox would have been markedly similar to what we're seeing now. Someone stopped it from happening. Someone stopped them from fixing their mistake. That's what caused this paradox. And by someone, we probably know who I'm talking about.
Sloan, and the only species that has the ability to manipulate time or even project this kind of temporal meddling would be the Krenim. Am I wrong?
This specific brand of temporal meddling would have been... yes, it has the Krenim's fingerprints all over it.
God damn it.
Now you know why I want to talk to Director Quinn.
To Admiral Quinn? Yeah.
No, sorry, Admiral Quinn.
Well... yeah, I'm not quite sure where they thought that was a good idea, playing with fire.
The only reason I even have knowledge of any of this is because of that time Hugh took me.
Well, at least the second attempt at... well, it went a little better.
Oh, let's not mention Q right now, please.
What do
He's
you
the
mean
last
second
thing in the
attempt?
show.
What else am I going to have to be dealing with because of that freaking war?
So, at the Battle of Earth, the Anorax was involved. The ship, not the person. The person is something entirely different. He had his own ship. That's a different story from another time, and Tom Paris might know a little thing about... no, he probably wouldn't, because it never technically happened. Sorry, So the Anorax, the ship, the Krenim time ship, created an anomaly in time. Some Starfleet personnel traveled back. Some Alliance personnel traveled back. That bit's a little bit foggy. Traveled back to Iconia 200,000 years ago. Recovered this thing called the... I forget what it's called. Some Iconian artifact. And gave it back to the Iconians, which was what allowed the Federation and the Iconians to broker a peace treaty.
Holy shit.
The World Heart. That's what's the name of it.
So that's why they had us on the ropes and then just stopped. That's why.
Mm-hmm. That about sums it up.
Fuck.
It seems, in some ways, diplomacy did win the day.
Yeah, and a healthy dose of time travel.
Very healthy dose of time travel. It's not every day you travel back 200,000 years. Unless you're a Time Lord, and even then it's a little bit rare.
It was rather disconcerting.
That's right, Dauntless was there briefly.
Yeah. My team was, but yeah.
I mean, how far back in time did we travel for the ring thing?
That was 100,000 years. That was after the Iconians.
Okay, so 100, 200, who's counting?
Well, the Iconians, obviously. But that's neither here nor there. But so we have to go back in time and prevent Sloan from
prevent
Doing
him
whatever
from
he
preventing them from undoing their mistake, mostly. I mean,
Oh,
there is still the whole matter of the Tutarians. You call them the Sphere Builders, but they weren't. Until they were.
Okay.
Oh boy.
This is me asking out of game, just for clarification.
Mm-hmm.
If we stop Sloan from doing all of this, would that then end the paradox and mean that Dahli/19 never would have existed in the first place?
No.
No, because basically what Sloan is doing is letting the paradox propagate
Okay.
through the
Cool,
timeline.
Okay. Got it.
So the bubble universe the bubble timeline would still exist. It's just
And
Sloan
would
stopped them
overlap.
from creating. So Sloan stopped them from creating it as a bubble. It just Sloan let it propagate instead of making it the bubble universe.
Thank
Right,
you.
and it's kind of the overlap that fractures time.
I'm gonna be in on that conversation between you and Quinn, by the way, because this keeps coming back to bite me in the butt, and I don't like it.
Well, you and the rest of the universe.
The rest of the universe and this ship, time and time again.
We keep rubber banding. Ever since we found Zali, we keep rubber banding back to that universe.
I feel so welcome.
No, I mean, you're fine.
You're
I'm
very
just saying
welcome.
that everything seems to keep coming back to that.
Well, there are, as we have experienced in the past, certain points in time which must happen.
Yes,
And
fixed
unfortunately,
points.
the destruction of Romulus is one of those times.
In whatever manner of speaking it is.
All right. Speaking of time, how long is it going to take us to get to just like a year and a half ago?
Oh, we actually. Jonas, you can drop us out of the vortex now. We should be here.
Aye, aye. And he will pull the ship free.
Okay, and the ship makes this very strange sound.
That's not my ship.
That this is coming. This is like reverberating through the entire ship.
I know, Jonas just says that. Why is my ship doing that?
Oh,
It almost sounds like a he going across a piano wire.
it's you left the parking brake on.
We left the parking brake on.
Okay, I may have also left the parking brake on. It's
Okay. Because I have a feeling we've had this conversation before. All right. Give us a scan with a particular eye to cloaked ships.
I will give. I assume Shiana probably wants to do a tactical scan, so I will give her kind of the last known frequency, like wavelengths, however you word it. Borg Romulan interface thing.
basically so she knows what to look for.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
Okay. So, Shanna, that is going to be reason security. And I'm going to set the difficulty to 2 here, and that's down from 4, but Dauntless giving you what I consider an advantage. Plus, the sensors from the Dauntless are going to lower that difficulty as well. So it's difficulty
What's
2.
the-
Sensors science for the Dauntless.
Okay.
Wow, nailed it. Y'all freaking nailed it.
Oh, so is this a Unimatrix or a Unicomplex?
This would definitely be a unicomplex, I would think.
I'm thinking Unimatrix.
Okay.
Can
we create-
Unicomplexes are even bigger than this.
Can we create an advantage?
What
To,
advantage
like-
would you like to create?
Something that makes the Borg leave us alone.
I will say that
Give me
given
the shark
Dolly's-
repellent Borg spray.
given Dauntless' knowledge of Unimatrix 652, she can. We'll say that she modified the Dauntless' sensor signature so that it registers as a Borg ship.
We're just a teeny probe. Nobody pay any attention.
I love it.
Oh, I do have an important question for Jonas. How loud is it here?
It is very loud, but it speaks with one voice. We are the Borg.
Hey, how am I doing?
Give me a presence command
yeah.
roll.
Considering I now have, that interlink frequency back.
Yeah. Let's make this
What was it?
difficulty 3. Presence command.
Is there anything I can do to help with that?
You said difficulty 3.
Not for
and I'm
this.
assuming-
Yes, difficulty
Okay.
3.
And I'm assuming I don't have a focus for that.
Because Jonas's line of reasoning would be, if I can hear this, holy cow, what is Dockley hearing?
Yeah, and I can see that, but it's probably that thought is coming to you, but in the time it takes you to formulate that thought, Dauntless is going to have to make this check.
Gotcha.
Do I have a normal complication range, or?
Yeah, I'm going to keep the complication range normal. But you do have a full momentum.
No!
Okay.
I'm not doing great, guys.
No successes.
It's okay.
no
It's okay. We can
complications.
we can deal with this. I think.
I'm going to spend 2 threat.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
great.
Dauntless, you are
Uh-huh.
19 of 30.
Uh-huh.
Tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 652.
How much freedom
This-
do I have currently?
This ship has technology not previously seen by the Borg.
Good.
You will
So I'd
assimilate
hate
it.
to say I told you so, but I want to reference everybody. I told you so.
Excellent. So, am I in any control, or am I, back on frequency?
Back on frequency. That's
So,
the
what
complication.
is Bianca sensing any of this?
Also, is Shiana seeing this? I feel like several.
Shanna, let me have you give me an insight security check. This is
Should
going to
I-
be
Should I
difficulty
make an
3.
opposed? Should I make an opposed melee attack to assimilate the ship?
Won't be opposed.
Oh.
Straight up daring security.
Um,
Can I take a momentum, y'all?
yeah, go for it.
Take it.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah, I'm
anything
gonna-
within the moment? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it's
Okay,
fine.
so
That's fine.
so a bunch of things are happening here at once. So let me establish kind of the order of what's going on.
Yep.
You all arrive, and as you were arriving, Dauntless made modifications to the ship's sensor signature so that it would read to external sensors as a Borg ship. The ship came out into the Romulus system, and Dauntless, that is kind of where your thought process instantly changed.
Okay.
Jonas, this is when you started hearing the voice of the Borg.
Mm-hmm.
Bianca, this is when you started hearing the voice of the Borg, and when you heard it propagate into Dauntless. So
And
this is the part where Cheyenne is going to make her difficulty 3 insight security check.
Okay.
Okay.
At the same time, would I be making my roll to assimilate, or is Shiana's?
Here's where you're going to make your roll, and Cheyenne, I'm reading that as 2 successes and a complication.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to hit that roll.
No worries. No worries.
I am going to. Can I initiate security lockout? Command lockout?
Possibly, yes, but if you want to do it before Dudley's action, you're going to either have to succeed at a task or spend a determination.
Yeah, I'm going to spend my determination.
Okay.
Trust your instincts.
Okay. So,
All right. So I'm rolling daring security.
yes. And
Can I give you threat for more dice?
no, but I will spend threat to give you additional dice.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna spend.
It didn't feel
I'm
right
gonna spend
asking
one-
for momentum, Spence.
I'm gonna spend 3 threat on this because the difficulty is going to be 4.
Okay, so how many dice do I get?
You get 4.
Oh, good. And do I have a focus?
No.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
I hope you don't have an
nanotechnology.
assimilation focus.
I'm gonna say the nanotechnology
I
focus.
do have an assimilation focus. It's just worded differently.
So Bianca, what happens here is you immediately hear the voice of the Borg in Dahli's mind and say, "Computer, initiate security lockout." As Dahli is basically
Command lockout.
Yeah, command lockout. As Dahli's tubules are going into their console on the bridge.
Can when that happens after that, how far away is Jonas's station from Dauntless?
I have an action. I really feel like
Yeah,
because
what-
I'm
what do you-
closer. Just because I'm like I said, I'm gonna invoke this. I literally warned everyone about this, so the fact that this happening, I think my character is kind of prepared for it. That
Okay.
and I don't know how close Jonas is.
That
But
and she
I would
rolled a
like to-
complication, so I'm gonna give you this one.
Cool. Then I would like to literally the fact that my character like I'm going to lash out in a way not seen by the crew, and
Mhm.
I am going to attempt to incapacitate Dolly.
How so?
I am going to
With a
use
with a
Romulan
quick like
martial.
kung fu kind of thing?
Yeah, like I mean, like I said, but I fight like Jason Bourne. Like I grab a pad, it cracks across her forehead. I am in no way being nice about this. I am
Okay.
disabling
Why
the threat
don't
to the
I
ship
have shields anymore?
with as quick as possible as I can.
Okay. For the purposes of this, I'm going to say that Dahli is immune to pain and will have 3 resistance from any non-lethal attack.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not trying. I hit as hard as I can, but my goal is not to rip her throat out.
Right.
But
So
I hit as hard as I can.
so
yeah.
so let's do
I get ya.
contested daring security.
And as Bianca sees this unfolding, like
Mhm.
in your mind, she's going to say, "Don't get close to her."
I think my character is aware enough to avoid her nanotubule.
I mean, the tubules are firmly in the ship's console at this point.
Yeah, I'm a bit distracted at the moment.
yeah.
Yeah, Bianca
So-
is just thinking of the Borg that she has fought before and how
Mhm.
strong they are.
So I'm going to. How much momentum do we have?
5.
Okay, I have martial arts, and I get the intense quality when I hit. I'm trying intense. The cost to avoid injury by the intense quality is increased by 1 for each effect rolled.
Okay. Which
Gotcha.
if
I'm
you
just
do
trying to-
knock her out, it will be I would have to spend more threat to resuscitate her or to avoid the injury rather.
Gotcha. Okay, it's just been a little bit. So
Also, do
I'm
you
going to
want
spend my determination. I am no stranger to violence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck
As
me.
my first one there, I'm going to use that for the 1. I'm going to spend 3 momentum
Okay.
to give myself 4 dice.
Okay.
And I have a focus in Romulan martial arts.
Okay. So
So my resistance currently is 3 or 5.
3.
Okay.
That being said, Dali is
Mhm.
operating under a directive from the Borg, so they will have an automatic critical success here as well.
Oh, good. Do I also have a focus?
Okie dokie.
No focus here,
Me?
but I am going to spend 1 threat so that they are rolling 3 dice.
So my focus doesn't apply, or hers doesn't?
Fine.
She does not have an applicable focus.
Gotcha. I was like, I really feel like martial arts works.
Yeah, no,
works
martial
very
arts
well.
focus definitely applies here.
Okie dokie. All right.
So you each have 2 successes going into this.
Damn.
That's
Damn.
8.
Damn. God
Wow.
damn.
Okay.
I got that laser Borg focus right now. I don't even give a shit as he hits me.
Go ahead and roll damage. And
Okay, so what is my damage then? Actually, it's
it's under unarmed strike. If you click on that on your character sheet,
Gotcha. So I have the
There's
intense
a,
focus. Do I get additional damage because I succeeded so well? Because I feel
I'm
like,
gonna let you
apparently,
bypass the resistance on this. Yes,
God, and it's been a while since I've done combat in
because
Star
of the
Trek, so I'm not even sure.
complications.
Cool. So I only have 1 damage.
It'll
that's
roll
challenge
1 plus your security, or it should.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll go ahead and roll. Boom.
Okay.
So
2, 3, 4, plus knockdown.
knockdown
So-
and intense for every effect die that I have.
Right.
It will
That's-
increase 4 for her to avoid the injury.
Right. I'm going to say that would be if this were enough to do an injury, which it isn't. It does do 4 points of stress damage, and it does knock this newly reclaimed Borg drone out of the console.
Gotcha. There you go.
Which means,
Sounds good.
yeah, they're knocked free, and the assimilation tubules are knocked loose.
Yeah. But narratively, at least for everyone, like, no one has seen me explode like this. Like, I think everyone has a hint that my character's probably a little better in a fight than he hints. But that was the moment where everyone realizes I'm totally lying. Like, I went all for it. Like
generally,
Jason Bourne
generally
training.
speaking, someone should not be able to do that kind of damage to a Borg drone. With
so just
with a
narratively,
hand-to-hand
yeah.
attack.
Yeah. So
Um,
cool. There we go.
Unless they're Klingon, in which case you might
Yeah.
expect it. But
So I feel like Shiana has like a moment now where it's like, do I go grab the rifle or use my phaser?
Also, Jonas was going to do
Bianca
something.
is going to order a security field to be deployed around Dali.
Hello, Jonas was going to do something.
Oh, sorry.
That is true. I did interrupt him specifically because I felt like my character be ready for it.
I'm
No,
going to
that's-
say that I'm going to give the next action here to Shiana, actually, because Bianca, you initiated the command lockout.
Mhm.
So, Shiana, you've got a couple of seconds here, having just seen Rai knock Dathli away from the away from their console and onto the ground.
And I fell over. He knocked me out with the pad. What a little bitch.
Is Kate, you there?
I mean, in your defense, the pad is probably shattered into a million pieces right now.
Where Shiana like vaults over the security station and quickly like changes the setting on her phaser,
Mm-hmm.
like trying to get past the
Adaptation
known
protocol.
the known Borg adaptation protocol,
Okay.
and tries to stun Dathli.
Okay.
Wow.
So
I feel so attacked right now.
literally, so control security difficulty 2.
Do I have a dodge?
No, it's a ranged attack. Okay, 3 successes. You can go ahead and roll damage. All right, so 4, 5, 6, 7. Dathli, roll one challenge die for me. Yeah, you gotta hit enter after you change the number. Okay. Shiana, you go ahead and hit. You take aim quickly after punching a quick sequence into the hand phaser. The orange beam from the phaser hits Dathli. There's no adaptation effect that you can tell, and they just kind of stop moving.
Wait, how much damage did I take? Because I don't know if I'm full of stress.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and stunned.
Okay, I still have 1 stress left, but I'm stunned.
Okay.
like groggy and like lying on the floor.
Yep.
Bianca sets up a security field around
Okay.
them. And then she turns to the doctor and she goes, "Does that magic wand of yours do anything with Borg nanites?"
I can probably make sure that they can't do that again. And she just kind
I
of
need you to turn off her transceiver.
she just kind of takes a knee next to Dauntless, and you a few seconds after, like you felt and saw everything that you were doing as a Borg drone, and you felt the stun from the phaser blast. But whatever the doctor did, that connection that you felt, that was the Borg basically taking control, is gone. You are in control of your faculties again, and your mind is quiet.
I'm gonna like do the thing where you kind of and like flop my head back on the floor.
Jonas has a concern now.
Bianca's going to tap her combat medical team to the bridge.
If the
Security level 4.
if the Borg connected with Dauntless, then they know we're not a Borg ship anymore.
It's possible, but you also have to remember that Dauntless exists in this universe as 19 of 30. So she could have just been one of many voices.
Captain,
They
I
have
think
a singular
Caution would
voice
do it
here.
better.
What?
Captain, they
I-
have a singular. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Captain, I agree with Lieutenant Cardin. We need to be cautious about this. We don't know what
I
information.
understand that, Commander. Also, if they know we're here, we'll deal with it.
Aye, Captain.
Oh, weird question. Could I hear myself in my brain?
You couldn't discern the voices. There was
Yeah,
the singular
that's
voice of the
right.
collective.
And then Bianca's going to turn to Lieutenant Commander Cherkev, and she's going to go, "Don't do that kind of fool thing again. Get back to your station and tell me what the hell's going on out there."
So wait, who said that? I'm sorry.
The captain
Me,
did.
the captain.
Captain. Rye definitely has a more stern look about him than he previously does. He will nod to the captain, but does not verbally respond, and returns to his station. Yeah, though he clearly is visibly standing and behaving quite different than he normally does.
Can I get to my feet, or am I like?
And Hannah Commander Cherkev gives Rye like a really harsh up and down look, like, "Oh, so liar, liar." You just see it on her face.
Yeah, like, can I get to my feet, or am I like completely like kind of on?
I'm
somewhat.
gonna. Bianca's going to say, "Dolly, just lay down. I've got a medical team coming."
With a pad, really?
It is one of the more inventive ways you've witnessed
Yeah.
Dolly, and I mean, if it had been like a throwing dagger or something like that, you would probably have bled out.
I'm just gonna kind of look in Jonas's direction and like give him like a sad puppy face.
Jonas is looking in your direction, but he's also wincing because loud voices.
Yeah, that's fair. You should put on your inhibitor.
And then Bianca kind of looks at the doctor and goes, "You could have given me some warning that we were going to be right in the middle of the Borg Unicomplex."
Right. Sorry about that.
All right. Status, Mr. Turkev.
All right, I will give the captain their status report. What do I need to roll?
This will be sensor or reason science and sensor science for the Dauntless.
All right, let me reduce all my dice back to normal here.
I'm going to roll for Dauntless.
There you go, man. The dice are with me today. That's all I got to say. Damn,
Right?
I got the yeah, I know. Incidentally, I would like to point out I'm just as good as punching people as I am at astrophysics.
Can we use the floating momentum to create an advantage that the board did not hear that?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
to suppress the signal spike or whatever that
Yeah.
was?
I mean,
There
the
you
ship
go.
already has 5 nanites in it, so it's probably just like, oh, more
It
of
was
this crap.
quick enough, and it was one additional voice, and given the momentum spend, I'm going to say the board regarded as an anomaly, which is entirely correct, but one that's not worth investigating.
Yeah. They don't assimilate individuals or worry about the report of an individual drone. Not in this. So
Especially a drone that briefly reported itself in 2 places at once. That's just a malfunction. The Borg are going to ignore it.
Captain, I've set up an anti-proton field around the ship temporarily that should have disrupted any signal sent by the doctor, our doctor. So we are currently, the Borg are no more suspicious of us than they were the moment we arrived.
Good.
On that note, your scan, given the successes, does pick up 2 incoming warp signatures.
Captain, I do detect 2 incoming warp signatures bearing 100 Mark 4.
On screen.
On screen, Captain.
And on the screen, Bianca, you see 2 ships. One you recognize as the RRW Lisette. The other one looks... doesn't look like a ship you've seen before.
Does it look Krenim? Bianca would know what a Krenim ship looks like because of Voyager.
Right, but she might not know what this Krenim ship looks like. Give me a reason command roll.
Okay.
Difficulty 2.
All right.
We get the lizard up? Good. That's right. You said that.
All right, I'm going to bank the threat. And I will tell you that it looks like it's registering a Krenim IFF. It doesn't look like a Krenim ship that you've seen previously, but based on the Voyager's records, it definitely is Krenim in design.
Well, there's our Krenim ship. Now, where is Sloane?
That's the question of the day.
Do you have any idea of how to... Do you know how... Could you modify our systems to detect cloaked ships?
That particular cloaked ship? Possibly, because it should be emitting some sort of temporal signature. Just like we probably are. What were you going to say, Jonas?
I was just going to ask if the Krenim ship or the other ship were giving off any hinky vibes.
Slightly. Now, kind of familiar to you by this point, but I mean, in
They
the middle
would
of
be
all of this, it's very
familiar.
hard. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't belong here, but they're not any worse than anything else.
Neither does anything belong. Like nothing
Nothing
belongs here
belongs
right
here.
now.
Hey, am I getting medical treatments? Is the doctor called some medics? Or the captain called some medics?
Yes. Do the medics come get Tolly?
Yes. Yeah, the medics have responded by this point.
Am I in the
Including
med
the
bay?
EMH,
Or...
actually, I'm going to say.
Oh, am I going to the med bay, or is he just doing it here?
Well, apart from a phaser blast, and you're going to have a rather nasty bruise, but I can certainly see about rectifying that. Um, Captain, do you wish to have Dudley escorted to sickbay, or may she return to her post?
And Bianca's just going to look at Dolly and go, "Are you fit for duty, Doctor?"
I thought I was. I feel fine.
That transceiver's
Yeah.
not going to be doing anything else.
Good. So long as your transceiver is good, if you feel fine, you're free to resume your station. Just try not to assimilate the ship again.
I didn't mean to.
I know you didn't. We didn't know that we were going to be in the middle of the wolf's den.
I will just kind of sink back into my chair. Because I imagine, but like I actually have a station more towards the front of the bridge, like where Jones is.
I would say probably. Well, shoot. Let me pull up the. Let me.
Because I imagine Jonas is on one side and like I'm on the either opposite side or there.
Yeah, there's nothing immediately next to Jonas's console. I mean, there are a couple of shoulder consoles like above the command crew, and I imagine that's where Dolly's station would be. Like if I'll just pull up the bridge overview for everybody here. But I'm kind of imagining like the science station is here and the medicine station would be over here. Or maybe like one of these stations though. Either way.
That's what I was thinking, one of the ones with the chairs.
Like I can tell you for sure Catalea's station is up here.
Yeah, I always imagined she had a station on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, up. Yeah, and then Jonas was on one of the lower seats.
Yeah, Jonas is down here, blocked by the view screen.
Yeah. So Rye basically like jumped down from the top and like kicked me in the face.
Kind of, well, or just kind of through the pad, like.
Nice!
The way, if I may say, the way I see it was like even though it's only one action, like it was a Jason Bourne moment. I like slapped it in the face. She swung at me. I used everything available to, like it was brutal, in no way elegant. She
just
could
pictured a
be
quick
legitimately offended with how I treated her because it was not elegant, not nice.
We're gonna have a conversation later. Don't you worry.
No, indeed. Yeah, you remember that time you used the science console to rearrange my nose? I'm mad about that. Like that is legitimately appropriate for her to be mad about that.
But yes.
All right, but yeah, moving back to where we were. Yeah, two signatures incoming. The doctor says, I really need to possibly modify the science console.
Go for it.
I
just let her work. Just let her.
Yeah, I step out of the way. As a small note, I am allowing. What's the other science officer's name?
Catalea.
Catalea. I have, during the time the captain, leading up to the Borg incident, I was essentially telling the science team what to do, and I'm letting Catalea handle the bridge because she's been up here for most of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I was initially going to retask the secondary science station nearby, but now I'm letting the doctor take it.
Okay.
Just for what I've been doing, you know.
All right, so yeah, the doctor starts fiddling with some of the controls with her left hand and kind of working with her sonic screwdriver with her right. She's got the goggles down, although there's no conceivable reason. Like, you're not entirely sure why, unless maybe it just helps her focus.
Let her sim.
Right?
And she says, okay, I think I've got it. Give it a scan. And Catalina says, scanning. I've got something, Captain. A temporal disruption out of sync with us by 1.47 milliseconds.
That would be our guy. Can we lock onto them with weapons?
Nothing. Sensors can't get a lock on. This is Catalea saying this. That temporal displacement would keep us from actually being able to do anything. It would keep the phasers. It would prevent phasers from working. It's only because of the doctor's modification that we can see them at all.
Can we release some sort of frequency that would disrupt their signature?
Do something to stop them.
Well, if
It
they're going to
might-
do anything at all, they have to come out of their temporal desynchronicity.
Okay.
So is real quick, the temporal desynchronicity, is that like a temporal cloaking device kind of thing?
Kind of, yeah.
Am I reading that right? Okay, cool. All right, cool.
Obviously, it doesn't work the same way as a regular cloaking device does. Think of it almost like a phase cloak.
There you go. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is the surrounding Borg, have they done anything with the Krenim ship or the other one?
There don't appear to be... Well, the cloaked Borg ships that you all found on your scans do seem to be maneuvering to intercept.
Mm-hmm.
And Rai, as you are looking at the science console, and Shiana, you would see this too on tactical, the Defiant class ship that's out of temporal sync is moving into very close alignment with one of the cubes.
They're gonna let the cubes destroy them.
Why would they do that?
Because then that Krenim time ship can't fix whatever happened. Whatever they did to fix this entire situation.
It would be interesting if the Borg got hold of Krenim technology.
Yeah.
Now
It would
we have-
also break all of time. Huh?
So now we have to save Sloane.
No, we don't have to save Sloane. We have to prevent him from helping the Borg.
We have to apprehend Sloane. If incidentally that happens to keep him in existence for a little bit longer, that is
there
an
anything
unfortunate side
we
effect.
can do to prevent him from coming out of temporal phase?
My character will postulate, if that's all right with the GM.
Yeah.
We could create a small tachyon grid around the ship using the plasma from the warp nacelles. That would keep them. That might be able to keep them in there long enough to give us enough time to do something else.
I would have gone with main deflector personally, but
Yeah, I
for
feel like
effort.
the main deflector is used all the time, so I was like, I decided to switch it
It is
up.
the MacGuffin, yeah.
It is I decided to do something different. That was the only reason I decided plasma from the warp nacelles.
That's fair.
And then Bianca just nods to Jonas. She goes, "Do it. Get us within range."
Assuming that our teching the tech is cool with the GM.
Yeah,
That's my plan.
That works. The problem is, though, as long as they're out of temporal sync, he's going to continue to have that New Zealand ambassador on board his ship.
Is it possible
True.
to get someone on this ship? Could we modify the transporters to be able to sync up with them, transport a small team over, rescue our members back, beam them back over? He'll still be in temporal shift, not be able to cause any problems. That might be able to give us a window.
Well, it seems
This
that Shiana and Jonas seems like it might work to the two of you, because
Shiana is like, send me.
yeah, it worked the other way. Like the like Mira Shiana got onto the station somehow, and Mira Bianca got onto the Dauntless somehow.
However, there is a problem with leaving the ship.
Yeah, you wouldn't be temporarily protected.
Actually, if they're going from our ship to their ship, they'd be fine because the other ship would be shielded as well.
And it isn't.
Well, they're here at the moment in this time stream. They would have to be. Otherwise, they would have no reason to be here.
And Rai, Shiana, that and Bianca, that jives with what you all are seeing, because the Krenim ship and the Lisette both have temporal shields online as well.
Okay, so how do we transport through their shields?
Well, I would postulate that because they're in a different time synchronicity, their shields don't exactly operate the way they would in our time synchrony. We could, with a little bit of modification, pass straight through it.
Plus, they're
Or we
cloaked.
Or we could simply
There is
ask
that as well.
What was that, Steph?
Or we could simply ask the doctor.
All eyes turn to the doctor.
Right.
Oh, wise one.
I do feel like Shiana's like, how do we beam over to their ships? Question was directed generally, including the doctor.
So, we're going to need to... Well, you've got a transporter pad right back on the back of the bridge, right?
Yes.
We do.
All right, who knows the most among the rest of you about these transporters? Because teleporters aren't quite my thing, oddly enough, but I can certainly help.
Koltesh knows about him.
Okay.
So with Jezza.
Jezza,
Lieutenant, oh my god, help. Ron.
Yes. All right.
Yeah, Lieutenant Ron would be the best for that. That being said, I have an engineering of 3 if we only can use people that are here.
No, Ron will work. We invoked her earlier, but, I mean, we could
Oh,
also
yeah,
have
then, yeah,
Koltesh
I
do
will...
it.
Well, I think Jezza could probably do her
Okay.
voodoo from engineering, couldn't she?
Possibly so, although a lot of these modifications would have to be specific to the transporter console.
Then
Okay.
Can help from up here. I can
Yeah,
see
Well, you know what?
regardless, I will be right back. I really have to pee, y'all.
Okay.
I think on just the narrative level, like, since Ron and I have worked together, Ron can talk me through it, and I will do the assist role with my, bullshit science I was making up earlier.
We can do that.
And then, yeah. I feel like that's a pretty good combo.
But yeah, no, Bianca is going to be like, Shiana, take Sisram with you, please.
Well, of course.
Let him stomp.
The big, battering ram that I have.
Although I'm not sure, that Sisram would fit on a Defiant class ship. He'd be crawling through the dock. It'd be like crawling through Jeffrey's tubes for him.
All right, BRB myself.
I wish Jonas had a mind meld ability.
Rigel decided he had to run right in front of me just as I was walking back into the room, so I ended up kicking him.
Oh,
Dork.
what did you say, Steph? I completely missed that.
Dawn, Kate has stepped away for a minute,
Okay.
and Journey had said, I feel like Jonas needs some sort of mind meld ability.
So I would like to go to proceed through 10:30 if y'all are okay with that, because we did start late.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'm doing fine, yeah.
I don't know what time that is for me, but yeah, that's fine.
It's another half an hour.
12:30.
Yeah, 35 minutes technically, but yeah.
I think having Jonas with a mind meld ability would be very amusing.
And possibly a little OP.
Maybe a little bit.
Look, I just want to be able to speak to Jonas telepathically. That's all I want.
Just assimilate him.
I mean, I have thought about it, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, hey, Jonas, I have this way that we can communicate without having to use words.
We can talk to each other and not have to worry about people listening into our conversations.
Oh, I mean, it's not like Jonas hasn't thought about being assimilated by you on various occasions.
It's a weird thought to have when your partner is a pork.
I mean, it's a risk.
Risk.
No, I mean we can eventually build something for that.
We'll figure something out. We can I mean, there is the thing that they were gonna give to Seven that worked in a similar manner. The interlink node or something like that was like
So, BRB again.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes words are hard.
Also, Jonas doesn't have that inhibitor anymore. He broke it.
Why?
Because he didn't want to have to keep using it around Dali. Well, 19.
That's really sweet, but also very stupid.
Well, he didn't know that eventually you guys would go back to this place.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
I mean-
Dali is partly like, oh, I'm home, and also, why am I here?
I mean, on the one hand, it's interesting
All right,
hearing
back.
her board. On the other hand, it's terrifying seeing her hear her board.
And you get to see actual cloaked Borg ships in a non-simulation.
Oh god, the simulation.
I wasn't lying when I said it was a thing.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Oh, is Kate back?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah, and Bianca's just going to say, Shiana, bring your A team.
So, yeah, that's a good question. Who would Shiana like to take with her on an away team?
Sister Ram.
I was going to suggest it if you didn't.
Rai is now on my physical badass list, so
And it might be good to have a scientist with you.
and a scientist
Or a medic.
or a medic.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm not.
bring me. Don't bring
But I
me.
don't
I'm a
want
bad decision right now.
No, when
Sorry?
when the doctor saw to you, Dolly, he took care of your stress damage.
Oh, cool. But I still think maybe Rai would probably be better, because I think his science is better than mine.
Yeah, I'm just as good at punching people as I am at scanning things.
A little better, actually.
Well, if it's reason science, it's 15, and
Oh,
if it's
fair.
daring security, it's 15.
Gotcha.
So it just depends. If you start messing things up outside of that, then yeah.
Okay. So you got a 3-person away team. And
So I'm officially on the team. Did we say that?
Yeah.
Like officially? Okay,
Yeah, I
cool.
think
I
so.
didn't know if we were musing. I just wanted to make sure.
I've got a battering ram of an away team.
Which, honestly, is kind of what y'all are going to need.
So I assume do I have a type 1 or a type 2 phaser? Which one do I have?
I think it says type
Can
2
I have
on
a-
your sheet.
It says
Oh, no,
type,
type 1.
1. Gotcha.
give
And
you
that's
type
the
2, hang on.
small one, right?
Yeah, the ones that you can hide.
Gotcha. Then, I mean, I will totally take that, but since
Can I
the
gear
plan
us
is we're going on an
rifle?
enemy ship, yeah.
Can I gear us up with the rifles, Don?
It's how it carries a momentum cost, but absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I'll spend momentum on that.
Okay.
And be prepared for anything, because you know how other you is.
Well, I have some idea.
Oh, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
before this happens, I did say, and I forgot to mention this earlier, and if you want to spend momentum for this, after I shattered the pad on Dauntless' face, I cleaned up the shards. So one of those shards may happen to still be on me later if we get captured and whatever.
But
But I'll
will be
use
a
my
momentum
advantage
spend.
for that. Well, I have my advantage.
Oh, okay.
That essentially is that. I'm just saying, yeah, like we're all cunningly prepared, which is exactly what you make me do. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that's where it's going to come from.
Yeah,
Yada yada.
that'll work.
So, just then the narration knows too. Cool. I'm on board. Let's do it.
So we're gonna have Jezza roll an assist here. Oh, hi, Rigel. So, nicely done. With a little bit of tinkering, Doctor does a little bit of tinkering on the engineering console, or not on the engineering console, but on the transporter console, and you can hear her kind of coordinating with Jezza. The Doctor does say, "I think I should probably go with you lot as well."
These are tough bastards, Doc.
Well, yes, but if you don't want to have to deal with this lone person again, then I think I need to be a part of stopping him.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that bastard. Come along.
All right, this transporter's ready to go. Or as ready as I can make it. And, these combaters could come in handy, and she kind of like waves her sonic screwdriver over each person's comm badge on the away team. So just in case, with these, we'll boost these signals on these will be boosted a little bit.
Oh, don't look at any of their consoles, just in case.
That could be bad, yes. Also,
On that
try
note,
not
though,
to do anything that might distinguish the Dauntless from a Borg ship.
We'll be sitting pretty here.
All right, even if it looks like the Anarax and the Lisette are starting to lose the fight, it is rather important that we not contaminate things any further.
All right. May the four deities be with you.
Cute. All right.
Prophet's Guide.
So, Shanna, you and the away team step onto the transporter. The transporter process feels a bit off and a bit nauseating, but it seems to work when all is said and done, because you do find yourselves. If you'll give me just one moment. You do find yourselves in the corridors of what appears to be a Defiant class ship. You know what? I'm just going to move you all onto this screen, and then I will drop the background in. We'll just do that.
So Rye drops, or he hasn't really assumed his normal, I swear I'm an innocent science officer routine, and he will drop into the team as if he has always been on the security team. So he moves corner to corner, that all that cool tactical looking stuff. So
moving tactically, got it.
Yeah. Well, I just meant especially I like to note that narration that it's like.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It is aware to everyone, like, oh, okay, gotcha.
And as soon as you all have beamed onto the ship, you hear an intruder alert. Sorry, this is old school, I know, but that's an old school intruder alert noise. But you don't see anyone immediately heading this way. You do hear force fields pop up.
I'm going to pop open a bulkhead and attempt to disable the intruder alert system.
Okay.
We need to make our way to the bridge.
All right. At the moment, there are force fields kind of keeping you from being able to get there, but it sounds like that's what Rye is attempting to countermand. So
Absolutely.
let's do controls. Sorry, go ahead, Kate.
Oh, and if Rye can also, if Rye can just like clear this specific path to the bridge.
Okay.
So I'm gonna see how many successes I get because I like that idea because it
Okay.
probably takes less time. But I also want to clear I want to make if I get enough successes to do this, my plan is to create other little system failures so they don't necessarily know where we are.
Okay.
Like, oh, they're on their way to the bridge. Wait a minute, we just lost a force field over near the main reactor. Oh, that's where they're going. But
Right.
we'll see how well I do before.
Okay, so the difficulty is going to start at 3, and you'll be more successful based upon how
Gotcha.
successful you are beyond that, if that makes sense.
I'm gonna spend a momentum.
Okay.
I really feel like my infiltration specialty applies at this point in time because
Yes.
we're infiltrating an enemy thing. There you go. Yeah, I think that's looking good. Let's hope. Big money, big money. Oh, only 1. You said the difficulty was 3.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I really have. Let me
You can
check anything here.
And 2 momentum to reroll, maybe?
Am I able to do that?
Or use a determination?
I already spent my determination knocking out
that's
Dolly.
right.
Let me check my. I'm pretty sure that's all I can do, but
Captain could give you her determination.
I already used it.
Oh, sure. Wait, you used it for what?
I used it to keep Dolly from getting into the computer.
That's right. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, we all took Dolly the fuck out is what we did. So okay. Can I succeed at a cost, at least to give us a route to the bridge? Or somewhere else to get us further in the ship and not be trapped?
You can do one of 2 things for success at cost.
Yeah.
You can either get a path to the bridge or you can get a path to main engineering. Either way, the cost is that you will have some form of opposition that is not containment fields.
I think that's fair. I believe Commander Darrow wanted the path to the bridge. Am I correct?
Correct, but also I'm in command of this away team. So maybe ask me.
Well, but I think
You
you
did.
in character said that before then. Yeah. So my character is like, if you said that ahead of time, if you said clear path to the bridge, I was going to create other sensor ghosts. Shit, but I will totally do that. So I'm totally doing what you said. I'm really just asking out of character to make sure I heard you right.
Yep.
Cool. Then yes, my character is absolutely following orders, which is his intent the whole time. I was just going to try to be fancy about it. But unfortunately, this is a Defiant. Its system circuitry is too basic because all it is a military
its systems
ship.
are hardened to begin with, and
Yeah.
you're fighting an AI on top of it.
Yeah, there you go. So when Commander Darrow says, get us the path to the bridge, I'll try to do more than that, Commander. And then he's like, oh, and we'll just say he pulls out one of the EPS things. You have your path to the bridge, Commander. And he tosses the the EPS switch on the ground and takes his position in line.
Shanna,
formation.
give me an insight security check, difficulty 2.
Any focuses?
Let me look. Ground tactics. Okay, gain 1 momentum. You hear hissing from the ventilation systems. And given your tactical expertise, this has got to be an esthazine.
So they would know you're on the ship.
So cool. Did we bring any breathing apparatus with us?
I told you guys to be prepared for anything.
But they didn't spend the momentum to bring EVA
So
suits.
We can
here's
still
what.
do a momentum spend to kind of rewind and create that narrative, if you guys want to do that.
Well, I specifically have that cunningly prepared thing. Do we want me to just do that?
That shard of glass isn't going to help you here.
Yeah, well, so it's just when you're clandestinely it's clandestinely slapping a Viridian patch on your captain when they go on a dangerous mission, having a secret phaser hidden in your quarters, or having a key swiped a key card from a guard earlier. You always seem to have an ace up your sleeve your fellow crew members don't know about. By adding threat, you may roll an action you could have previously done during the session, or add threat for opportunity costs on small pieces of equipment you may have hidden. Momentum may be spent on the roll as normal. So,
Okay.
what if I may say, you're offering everyone the advantage I have, which is absolutely fine because it's a custom advantage. So.
Okay, so I guess the
know,
question then is, do you want to do this as a momentum spend, or do you want to do this as a threat spend? And it's going to be 2 points either way.
And also, it says a small thing. I don't think an EVA suit is a small thing.
Not an EVA
Well, I was thinking
suit,
we
but
would do
maybe a
the
mask.
The breathers. Yeah.
The little, they had it in Star Wars. Qui-Gon Jinn and them had it. The little thing they put in their mouth. That's what I thought it looked like, but whatever.
I would rather that we spend the momentum and say that we came prepared.
Cool.
For this particular thing as a team.
Okay.
Cool. That sounds great.
So you all did have basically gas masks with you. You hear the hissing. You're like, masks on, and everyone drops their masks on.
Yeah. Very Venom. Mask. Copy.
Shiana's like, gas, 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 and everybody, phoomp.
Sysrams is like enormous.
Sysram's everything is enormous.
Sysram's like
Ooh, phrasing.
cramped in this corridor, like.
Right.
Like, how do you Federation types build ships so small?
He's been spoiled on Dauntless for this long. All right,
Right.
so away team, you guys kind of have the initiative at the moment. The good news is you are not far from the bridge.
Forward momentum.
Okay.
It's a Dauntless ship. Really not far from anything.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get from anywhere to anywhere on the Dauntless with a minor action, you can sure as hell do it on a Defiant.
Just like walk through a door and you're like in a completely different section.
Practically. So you all emerge onto the bridge. The gas that was hissing in the hallways is not. It's not happening here. However, from the you do see a figure turn around from the weapons console as another figure materializes. The figure materializing you all recognize as Sloane. The person turning around from the weapons console, Shiana,
Is the bad me?
is a twisted version of your own face. Whom, honestly, you've known she existed, but you've never really met like this. And she stands up and picks up what looks like a staff that you recognize entirely too well. and says, I was looking forward to this. You have no idea how long I've been looking forward to this.
Funny, I don't think about you at all. And Shiana raises her rifle.
All right, so we're going to go to rounds. And Shiana, I'm going to give you the first action.
Is assisting someone an action, or is it like a minor action?
It's a task. Well,
Cool.
it depends on how you're doing the assist. I'll put it that way.
Well, this is just a perfect time. I've yet to be able to use this talent. I have Student of War, and if I assist someone in their combat task, they can reroll. In addition, we can reroll a die. So I was just like, oh, cool. If I can help that.
How would you do that narratively?
So they have a staff. It looks like they're gonna go into melee. Is that the plan?
What you can listen, yeah.
Cool. So I'm going
Actually,
to
give me
fight.
an insight security check here. I'm going to set the difficulty at 2.
Is this for me?
Yes.
Cool. Let me grab that. Okay. Let me set that. I don't think any of my focuses will apply. So we'll go ahead. Click. Okay. Difficulty's 2. All right.
Yep.
One shy. So my initial plan was I was going to before the roll was I was going to shoot a conduit, something that's going to shoot like smoke out. Like, oh no, I'm distracted. That was my plan
Okay.
before the roll.
You
So
can
I don't
still
know
do
if that can
with
still
an assist.
count.
Sure.
Cool. So I would love to assist.
If
That
you
way,
do
so
that,
we get the
though, I am going to say, like, if you're using your phaser to create a distraction, you won't be able to use it as an attack later in the round. Does that make sense?
You know what? I'm going to risk it just so Shiana can hopefully have a kick-ass moment.
Okay. So, Shanna, you're going to get an assist on your next combat roll. So what are you doing?
I'm shooting other Shiana center mass with my rifle.
Okay. Go ahead. It's control security, difficulty 2.
All right, we'll see what she has. I got nothing. We're both. I'll just re-roll mine since
Can you do
we're
that?
both rolling the same difficulty. There we go. Cool. So I have a total of 2 successes.
Or no,
I
how
have
are you
one
doing the
success
reroll?
rather.
Because
I have,
he has the
I have
talent.
Oh,
the
okay.
talent.
Gotcha.
All right.
Gotcha.
It basically
Okay.
works like my advisor talent,
That
but
makes sense.
with
Yeah.
security.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay, so Shiana, go ahead and roll damage.
Shoot her.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 3. We'll do 2 points of stress damage after her resistance. And Shiana, you aimed the phaser rifle at her and strike her right in the chest, and she flinches for a moment, but then she laughs and says, "Is that really the best you've got, Starfleet?" She's going to raise her weapon and fire it.
Herald staff. No, thank you.
And I'm going to spend a threat. Give her an extra die.
Use Rye as a human shield.
Oh my god. Oh, 4
I love
successes
it.
and a complication. I'll offer you guys 2 momentum for the complication.
Sure.
Okay. But it is going to hit.
Let's keep the complication.
3.
It hits regardless.
7. Yeah, it's going to hit regardless. Shanna, that will do 5 points of damage, and you will have to spend 2 momentum to avoid an injury.
Do it. Do it.
Yep,
Ooh.
doing it.
Okay.
Does that even with vicious 1? It's only
Oh.
5.
I'm going to say yes because of the complication.
That's fair.
I'm going to counteract the vicious 1.
Sorry, I'm kind of rooting for Waifu because she's fast.
All right. So, Rai, either you can either act or you can let Sisram act. But
Let Cisrana eat her face.
Well, if I can totally act, I'm gonna do something. I will. I'll take a shot.
And you already took a shot.
yeah,
Oh, that's right.
that
Yep,
was your
that's right.
that was your distraction.
This ram, my battering act.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's let the NPC go.
Yeah.
Let the NPC go. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Sisram's
mean-
gonna lunge.
Yeah, I want this ram to actually like take a cue from me and go for hand to hand.
Eat her face.
All right, this will be daring security for both. Do you all want to give Sisram any moment or any dice?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. So he will have 3.
Go, big crocodile lizard.
And
Go.
I'm gonna spend 3 threat.
Great.
no, it's good that they're spending threat.
All right, y'all want me to roll for Mirror Shienna first or for Sisram first?
Shanna.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Why? Wow. Why?
Mirror
Why?
awesome but scary.
I'm gonna bank the complication as threat.
I don't think you need more threat.
And as Sisram is kind of lunging in, Shienna does kind of a dodge and does an uppercut with that same herald staff and catches Sisram on the jaw.
Oh, my poor lizard buddy.
And Lizard Buddy is out. Unless you would like to give me threat to avoid the injury. The good news is it's a non-lethal injury. The bad news is he'd still be unconscious unless y'all did that.
I don't think we have the momentum to spare.
He's out. Let's just say he's out.
Okay.
Dawn doesn't need more threat.
Yeah.
He's gonna be so embarrassed later.
Right?
That part will be fun. Yay.
That part will be fun. All right, so...
Oh, wow, I have been muted this entire time.
Oh,
Oh no!
hi, welcome back.
Oh no!
I have been commentating and speaking. Oh, God.
Oh no!
My immediate question is, if he goes down with an injury, what does that mean?
It means the next injury is lethal. But this injury was non-lethal, so he's just unconscious for the remainder of the scene.
Okay, but if they decide to attack the poor helpless Gorn on the floor, he could die.
It's a possibility.
Because Shienna's up next.
Well, the doctor
don't
has
forget
to
the
stop you.
doctor's still there, too.
That is true, yes. Right now, though, it's Sloane's turn in the queue.
Well,
I'm
let's see what Sloane does.
gonna look something up real fast here. Bear with me. Okay. Um, Rye, you see Sloane taking aim at you with a type 2. He's going to use a minor action to aim, and
Mhm.
the Deadeye Marksman talent is going to give him a difficulty of 1.
Gotcha.
But I'm going to spend a threat for cautious.
Sounds good.
Okay. So that is going to hit. Resistance
Big money.
is 2.
That doesn't look too
5,
bad.
6,
There's a
7.
bad.
That's 8. Minus
Okay.
resistance. Minus the resistance leaves 6 stress damage, and you are also going to be stunned.
Gotcha. Okay.
And when because it's not when oh no, there's no injury because it's a stun.
Yeah, that it's. I mean, it is kind of it is a non-lethal injury though.
Oh, then does Rye have to do the momentum spend?
The what?
The momentum spend?
I'm not out of stress, so I don't think I have to do that,
You
right?
would still have to do a momentum spend to avoid an injury if you wanted to remain conscious.
Then yes, I would like to momentum spend.
Okay. You've got 1 momentum. You would have to give me a threat.
Cool. I'll give you a threat. Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm incident. Okay. Cool.
So yeah, this thing, the phaser hits you center of mass, and Rye, for a moment, you're just completely out of it. You, through force of will alone, you bring yourself back into the fight. But another shot like that, and you'll probably be down for the count. And yeah, it's clear aiming is. It's clear that this Sloane hologram has some combat algorithms. The doctor, for her part, is going to take advantage of the distraction and slip inside the ready room. So we're back to the top of the order, Shiana. What would you like to do? Actually, if there's anything anyone on Dauntless wants to do before we go to that.
I mean, is there anything we can do? Like,
Is it possible to do anything to their systems to help, like cybernetic warfare wise?
Not through the temporal displacement.
like I said, is there anything we can do?
What about Jonas's listening ability? Could he? I know I attempted to weaponize it once. Could he weaponize it again against Mirashiana?
I would doubt that they have that much awareness of what's going on in specific.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have no idea what's going on. We just have to wait.
Jonas might not be able to. Bianca might, depending on how you want to play it.
Bianca is going to go to the brig.
Oh, you had the same thought I did!
Okay, so Bianca and Dahley are going to the brig. Is what I'm hearing.
If Bianca's doing that, I'm gonna do something else.
Okay. All right, so going down to the brig is a minor action, but what's your plan once you're down there?
Bianca is going to wake up her counterpart.
Okay. And
Do you want payback?
she kind of blinks, but there is a moment of lucidity there. That's kind of all you can feel, though.
Bianca's going to lower the force field, and she's going to come in, like, in the most non-threatening way possible, and remove the telepathic inhibitor.
Okay, give me a presence command roll. I'm going to set the difficulty at 2, but your composure focus will apply here.
Okay. Wow. Can I give you threat to reroll that? My rolls have been for shit today.
Everyone's rolls have kind of been a little on the shitty side, honestly, except for Rise. Um,
I mean, only now are they starting to be normal.
Tell you what, because we're coming up on 10:30, let's do this. You pull off the neural inhibitor, Bianca, and you can feel that groundswell of rage start to build. And that's where we're going to end the episode. So, by consensus...
Journey?
I'm good to go.
Okay, I just didn't hear you.
By consensus of the players, we're going to keep going. So, I restarted the stream. It's going to count as... It's going to come up as a separate video if you all decide to watch it later. Just FYI.
Okay.
All right. So Bianca, you feel this groundswell begin to build. And rather than cutting it off here for the next episode, we're gonna skip back over to Shiana.
Okay, so Shiana is going to spend a determination.
Okay.
Based on works best under pressure.
Okay.
And she's going to go straight for a Batleth attack on Mirror Shiana.
Okay. So just drop the phaser rifle, pull this Batleth out, and...
Yep.
Okay. So you will have an automatic critical success going in. I am going to spend 3 threat to give Mirror Shiana 2 extra dice.
Hi, this is where it would be cool if we had some momentum left.
And I'm going to give myself a threat because you are making a lethal attack.
You can give threat for extra dice if you want.
And by my calculation, Dawn is not running out anytime soon, so...
That being said, this is why I don't share what that threat meter is, because that would I'm being honest with myself, and if I were to show how much threat I still have, that would probably change how you guys are playing.
I'm just sharing as from my experience GMing and knowing how it works to benefit the rest of the group.
Yep.
Trying not to look up your skirts, so to speak, but I am using my experience.
I do, y'all.
I'd say give them the threat because they're not running out anytime soon.
Okay, I'm going to give threat to gain an extra die.
Okay. So you'll have 3 dice going into this, and 2 successes.
Wow. Why are we rolling for shit today?
God damn.
Okay.
Oh, you rolled control security, not daring security, by the way.
Yep, re-roll that. I don't care that your daring is lower. Go ahead and re-roll.
Hey!
Marginally better. That's 4 successes, which matches. So I'm going to give this to you. Go ahead and roll damage. Oops.
Da, 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 da. Magic!
Ooh, my goodness. 4, 6,
And
8, 10 damage.
Mirror Shiana's resistance is gone, right?
What's that?
Mirror Shiana's resistance is gone?
Her resistance against non-lethal attacks won't count here, but she still has 2 resistance from her armor. So I'm going to spend 2 threat so that she can avoid an injury, because you come in with the Batleth, Shiana, and just knock her... you knock the staff out of the way and come in with a cut upward that catches her just along the jawline. She recoils And when she's facing you again, she's got a scar or a line of blood tracing down her right cheek. Four, 9, 10, 12. She says, "Oh, so you can fight." She will do a and she actually backs up a couple of steps, like kind of does a backwards somersault. It takes aim from like a kneeling position and fires the staff again. Spending a threat to give her an extra die. Okay.
I still say hide behind Rye.
That is going to be a hit. Is this rolling the right amount? 4 plus 5. Yes, it is. Okay. That's going to be 9 points of stress damage.
On me?
Yes. And this time you are not going to be able to avoid the injury.
Oh, Lord.
So, Rai, you see this happen, and the beam from this staff to like there's the clinical part of your mind, right, that's looking at the beam from the staff and thinking it must be pure antiproton as it basically tunnels through Shiana's abdomen.
Oh!
And Shiana, things start to feel very cold.
Is Shiana at full stress?
She still has stress, but she also has a lethal injury.
Rye, I really hope that you have fucking good medicine, because you're gonna need to roll some first aid, but...
So real quick, our plan was to disable the ship. Was that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have a plan to disable the ship.
Involve not letting Shiana die?
I got a plan.
Like, implement it about now?
Well, when it's my turn, I will totally do that.
It's your
Is
turn.
it my turn? Oh, okay, cool. All right. So, seeing both of our crew members gone down, and I probably won't last another hit. So I have a ballsy frickin' plan.
Okay.
So my plan is I will use my minor action to set my phaser rifle to overload.
Okay.
So that will create an instant problem for everyone here. And then I will use my other action, in addition, if I can give you more threat, I would like to have an emergency transport device, and I'm going to put it on those two to beam them back to the ship while I stay here holding my phaser rifle about ready to explode.
Okay, so remember that thing that the doctor did with the comm badges?
Hmm?
Just tap their comm badges and they're out.
Gotcha. Then I will not spend the threat, do that, but my plan is I'm going to set my phaser rifle to explode, like very
Okay.
quickly. Because I remember from the original series, that's a problem for a ship. But I'm going to send those two back.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will achieve my mission to disable the vessel. I may go down with it, but gotta do what you gotta do.
So
I'm immediately gonna go to medbay.
yeah, Bianca, you register transporter signatures in sickbay, basically, Sisram and Shiana.
She just looks at Dolly and she goes, "Go, I've got her."
Okay. Can I make Shiano better?
Possibly.
Is Jonas the only one left on the bridge?
No, Bianca's there.
No, I'm in.
No,
I'm
Bianca
in the
went to
brig.
the bridge.
You're in the brig. That's right. Okay. Sorry.
Catalea and Clotax are on the bridge. Otherwise, I think it is just Jonas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what's going on? Am I getting a turn with my counterpart? Like, what's
Yes.
going on?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, you've got a very short window of time here before all mental hell breaks loose.
Bianca is going to reach out with her mind and basically say, "I'm not going to hurt you. I felt what you've been through. Help me hurt them."
Give me another. Actually, I'm going to say this is going to be daring command.
Ugh.
No, we'll do presence. We'll do presence command.
Okay.
Difficulty 2.
Difficulty 2. I'm going to give you a threat
Okay.
for an extra die.
Okay.
Oh, thank
Okay, so got it.
That was one off.
She thinks at you. You have no fucking idea what I have been through. But
Then give it to them.
and as you say that you can feel that groundswell tightening in focus into a laser and being aimed directly at where she knows Shiana is.
Mind laser.
Okay, so a couple things happen here. Right as you've put this phaser on overload and have kind of motioned at Sloane and Shiana, this mirror version of Shiana. A couple of things happen. First off, Shiana, the mirror Shiana screams out, drops the staff, clutches her hands to her head, and collapses. Sloane gazes at her for just a fraction of a second, turns his attention back to you and says, "I assume this is the part where you negotiate for..." And he cuts out. The hologram is gone.
So before he does that, can I have just a line? I just wanna say a line.
What you got?
Like, he still gets away, but he's like, this is the part where we negotiate. I will go, resistance is futile. Just because I feel like it's a good line.
Bitch, no, you don't just say that. That's not your phrase.
So he looked a little surprised for just a fraction of a second before he disappeared, Rye. And then the doctor emerges from the ready room and kind of grabs you and heads for the turbolift. It says, "Come on, we've only got a minute. We need to get down to the brig."
So my question is anyone have we accomplished our mission?
Not yet.
So the mission is to get the person out of the brig? Is that what we're doing?
The ambassador.
Oh, that's right. There you go. Sorry.
Actually, I'm gonna change that up a little bit. She puts her comm badge on the mirror version of Shiana, taps it, and says, "Let them know they've got a prisoner. We've got to get
Yeah.
down to the brig."
So, all right, yeah. So I
I
will
mean, she's probably up here.
ride a Dauntless. You have a prisoner being transported to wherever these somewhere.
Reroute, Commander Ron, reroute transporter signal to the brig. Maximum security fields.
Done.
Okay, can
All
I
right,
choose Sienna now?
So
Hang
will.
on.
So I followed the
Right,
doctor
no,
with.
sorry, Rye. Give me.
No problem.
Yeah, let's do a quick control medicine roll here with the ship assisted.
Thank you.
Am I doing it or is the?
No,
No,
Dahlia is doing it.
Dudley's doing it.
I'm giving her this action because she's been like, they've been like biting their nails for this, and I don't blame them. Actually, daring medicine for the injury.
Oh, really?
Daring medicine with, I'm gonna say, computers medicine for Dauntless.
Okay, and I have diplomacy, or not diplomacy. Oh
Your
God.
xenobiology focus.
Could
Can
the medical?
It is a difficulty 3.
I was gonna say, could the medical hologram also aid?
The EMH can assist.
Yes, please.
can I also use a value?
Yeah, because you haven't used one.
No. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Applicable.
Journey, please roll for the ship for me.
I am. Do you want me to roll first?
Oh, no. 3 successes.
Yep, you got 3.
Sorry, none from the ship.
All right, so
And the EMH.
Dahlia, oh yes, the EMH. Dahlia, you can tell this wound if you'd waited even 5 minutes before she had gotten to treatment, would have been lethal.
Oh, no, bad.
As it is, Shiana's gonna be unconscious, and okay, that was a GM roll, so I'm gonna re-roll that. It was also a complication. There. So y'all have
Hey, we got a
momentum instead of
A lone
happy
momentum.
accident. Happy accident there. Once you have wrapped up the surgery, the doctor says, the EMH says, "There we go. I think she's going to be all right."
She'll definitely have a memory of what happened.
Well, and with a wound like this, there is bound to be some sort of scarring. One can only regenerate so much tissue.
She's not going to enjoy the idea of physical therapy. And then I will touch my comm badge. Sickbay to Plakir.
Why did you not do this before?
I imagine I did, but I'm just ensuring that I did.
They were trying to make sure you didn't die.
Also,
Plakir,
we are at red alert, so I'm sure Plakir has a place to be during red alert.
Good point, Jonas. Thank you.
The surgery was successful. Shiana will be all right.
wait,
And
what
as soon as
surgery?
you are able,
What surgery? What the hell are you talking about?
there was a complication during the away mission.
You just hear the comm cut off.
Angry, worried wife running to the sick bay.
I just like immediately turned to look.
On wife running to the sick bay.
Mm-hmm.
I just immediately turn to the doors of the sick bay and like step out of the way.
Okay, so with that being done, we are back on the Defiant. In the brig, which holds one prisoner, a rather perturbed-looking Kismet. The doctor runs over to the brig control and lets the force field down and says, "All right, you ready to get us all out of here? Because your comm badge is the only one left."
Is it going to be able to get all of us out?
Well, yeah, as long as we are all kind of like clustered together, this should work.
So my question is, GM, are we still worried about this ship doing that crap to the Borg?
Possibly. Leave the phaser.
So what I'm going to do is give the doctor the badge, and then I will hit it and send those two back.
Okay. Give me a daring security roll. Difficulty 2.
Gotcha. I don't think my focuses apply. There you go. I only have one. So.
Okay. So as you go to slap the comm badge on her, she just kind of like yields out of the way, almost like someone who's practiced Tai Chi. It says, "No, we are all going together."
I have to stay behind and make sure this goes off. I'm gonna enter the transporter room and use that use the ship's transporters to return to the ship.
Oh, well.
If I leave this here and a member of the crew disables it, we will have failed our mission.
The ship doesn't have a crew. At least not for the next 25 seconds, but if we're still arguing then, Sloan is going to come back and he's going to be very unhappy.
Well, that's a risk. I have to make sure this goes off.
Roger, stop fighting!
Well,
So I will hand the badge to the doctor.
if that's what you have to do.
I have to make sure it goes off.
Then that's what you have to do. And she taps the badge, and she and Kismet disappear.
Gotcha. I will move to the transporter with this slowly overloading phaser rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, we're not on a big ship, so that's my plan.
Okay, so it's going to be a minor action to get there.
Gotcha.
As you step into the transporter room, I'm going to spend 2 threat.
Awesome.
Damn it.
Hello, Turkev.
Sloan.
That's a mighty nice overloaded phaser rifle you've got there. It'd be a shame
You
if
should
you
see what I
transported
have
off
in
the
my
ship
back
with it.
pocket. What did he say? I'm sorry.
He said it'd be a shame if you transported off the ship with it.
Oh, don't worry. I don't intend on leaving the ship.
I didn't say it was
say
going
with
to
a
be
wink.
up to you. Spending one more threat.
Gotcha.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I still have my determination. Can I do anything with it to help in this scene?
Right now, no. This scene is going on purely on the Defiant.
Okay. Just checking.
Rai, you feel the grip of a transporter beam on you.
Okay.
And a few seconds later, let's see, where's that map?
Oh, jeez. No, sorry. I'm...
You find yourself. It's hot and quite humid.
Oh, really?
Sloan says, and Sloan is there with you. And says, "I think this is a much better location for that phaser rifle. Don't you agree?"
Thank you. Hello.
So I will do I have a comm badge left? No, I gave it to them. Ah, gotcha.
I have another question. So I'm sorry I'm interrupting the scene.
No, it's
No,
okay.
no,
Go
please.
ahead.
No, I
Now
don't
you
mind.
might be able to do something. Actually,
I was about to say, he's taken Rye out of the protective shielding of the temporal field.
Mm-hmm.
The the Borg ships would have no reason to have temporal shielding on.
That is
This
true.
is their universe.
So, whatever happened to the timeline with Rai's character, Rai might not be there anymore.
That's technically true.
Or, and,
No!
and I am going to spend 2 threat. Rai, you
really
feel
hate this
you
guy.
feel something erupt from your face.
Oh!
What is something erupting from my face?
Welcome to the party! Welcome to the party!
And you feel cold and pain start spreading through your body
It fucking
as your
sucks,
veins start to
bro.
turn black underneath the skin.
This is
Alright,
where I would like to
I will initiate the phaser overload manually. Because I am not going to turn into a Borg. So once that happens,
Give me
That's right,
let's see
because-
here. Hold on. Let me see here. I have a few seconds. Like
You have a
you,
very few seconds.
Yeah,
I
'cause
have
you
like
would be
I have
integrated
about
with
30 seconds before I the Borg start controlling me. I would know that. I'm a scientist.
I'll give you an action. And Jonas, if you
Where-
can think of a way to interact here, I will give you an action here as well.
So here's my question is, where on the Unimatrix Borg ship am I?
You have no idea.
Am I near the outside?
Again, no idea. This is a corridor. It could be near the center of the ship. It could be on the. It could be next to the dead of space. The fact of the matter is, the Borg cubes, particularly, are designed such that unless you are a Borg, you're going to have a very hard time navigating.
Well, the good news is I have a little bit of knowledge of how Borgs work right now, at
You're
least for
about
a
to have a
second or
lot
two.
more.
So, all right. At that point in time, so I'm going to take a second or two. Do I know enough about? Do the Borgs have LCARs? Am I able to use a Borg console? Can I type into it now that I especially kind of probably register as a Borg?
If you can find one, yes, I'll consider that a minor action.
Gotcha. So I am going to set.
You literally have like 10 seconds of your own personal thought left. Enjoy them.
Well, I feel like I've seen in the show where like people are able to either. Regardless, I want to beam myself at the last known coordinates of the Defiant. Like that's what I'm gonna beam myself off the Unimatrix using their thing and beam me to. Now I know it's out of sync, but my hope is it either damages that, but doesn't necessarily damage the Unimatrix enough to disrupt, so they start causing trouble.
Oh, a cube, believe me, they won't feel that phaser overload
Yeah, but
regardless.
there's a reason he sent me here. It's either to avoid damage to a ship or to disrupt the Borg. None of those things I want to do.
Or just
I
to
don't
get
want-
rid of you.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm going to try to beam myself back towards the ship. That's my plan. If not,
Back to
Okay.
where
I'll
you
blow-
were.
Back to
Yes,
where
the
he
bad guy
was,
ship,
but
yes.
without the temporal distortion, because that's not going to happen. Okay,
yeah.
that is doable. I'm going to call this daring
Daring and
engineering,
Yeah, I feel like that's what
and
it is.
difficulty here is going to be 2.
2,
Really?
I'm going to
Only
spend that last point of momentum.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Difficulty
Only
2,
Only two.
and I'm going to spend 2 threat to increase your complication range to 3.
You
That's
were a
so
kind
complicated.
GM, John.
Big money, 2 successes.
Okay, so Rai, the last thing that you feel is space, the final
The
frontier.
final frontier.
Okay, so
But let me finish. I'm going with the narrative real quick, Jonas, and then I'll let you take over. The last thing that you feel is space, and the ironically, the Romulan sun on your skin, something that you haven't felt for decades. And then you start to hear the voices. We are the Borg.
Then I will I will pull the trigger.
Okay, Jonas, what would you like to do here?
So, is it possible to have sensed the either if we are actively scanning or not, or through my listening ability, would it be possible to have picked up Sloane and Rye being on the Borg ship?
Sensors could have picked up two transport signatures, yes.
Okay. If that's the case, I would like to
And then almost immediately a transport signature outside the Borg cube.
Oh god. Okay.
Appears to be readings are mixed. It's a Romulan in the process of being assimilated.
Okay, that's a cold clutch of fear for Jonas. So Jonas would like to, even though he's not technically in charge of the bridge, because I think Catalea is higher than him.
No, she's a lieutenant.
No, she's a lieutenant, but she's not senior staff. You are.
Oh, okay. In that case, Jonas would like to yell out the order to Catalea to beam the secondary signature that was transported to the Borg cube to the brig of their ship, and he would like to he would also like to himself try and lock onto the I'm shaking. Wow. I would
Right?
like to lock on to Rye's, who he's assuming is Rye being Borgified in the middle of space. He would like to lock on to Rye himself with transporters and transport him to Medbay.
Okay.
Or whatever the protocol would be for that.
So
Yeah,
you're going to have to. So here's what we're gonna do. You can spend your determination to do one of those actions successfully. You've only got time for one.
Rye would want you to destroy the ship. I'm just saying.
That's true, he would.
Legit.
So
Now, I
by
will say to
destroying-
all of you that Rye's character death is impending here.
I know
Just-
this.
okay. Just so
he's
that every-
he's like wanting it to happen. It feels
I want to make absolutely clear to
Yeah, like,
everybody
Adam, are you
what
leaving the
the
game? Like, is this some sort of hint?
Okay, within those few seconds then, knowing Rye's character from Jonas's point of view, I would like to use my determination to teleport Sloane to the brig under our heaviest force field.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't.
Are you
We
sure
want
you
the
want to
we want the phaser rifle to go into the ship.
Bring him onto the ship and he takes over the computers.
We want the phaser rifle that Rye is holding to go to the Defiant class ship.
Do I know that Rye has a phaser rifle on him that's about to explode?
Oh yes.
Oh, I do know that.
Yes.
Okay, then I would do that. Because I misunderstood what was... Sorry, yeah. I will activate the transporters to send Rye into the ship with his exploding gun.
Rye and the gun?
Or just the gun.
Can he make a separate roll
Because
afterwards?
technically Rye could survive
That's true.
for a little while in space.
Especially as a Borg.
Especially as a Borg. We have the
Okay,
chance to
then
save him,
The gun
but we
will
need
go-
to destroy that ship. We need.
The gun will go into the bridge of the ship.
Okay. So, for your determination, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be site to site. And because of the difficulty involved, I still want to have a roll here. But your determination spend is going to reduce the difficulty, okay?
Okay.
So it's going to be difficulty 2, control engineering.
Get that momentum. Get
And
it.
the Dauntless is going to assist
Eee.
with computers engineering.
Sarah, you roll for the ship.
Okay. But take that last momentum if you need it.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Oh god, I am shaking.
Okay, what is it? What is it, Don?
It's computers
it-
engineering.
Computers engineering.
And
All right, let's do this.
And I'm control engineering.
Yes.
And don't you have a transporter's focus?
I got rid of it.
We got that momentum back, y'all.
All right, so Rye, as you pull the trigger, as the Borg nanites are taking over even your fine motor skills, you hit the activate button, and that is the moment when the phaser rifle is transported out of your hands.
Last individual thought. Fuck!
And Catalea registers, says, Captain, I'm registering a temporarily displaced explosion. Not big enough to destroy a ship, but... And the Defiant appears. This Defiant
Fire!
class ship.
Are you ordering us to open fire on it?
That's what I
Okay.
heard.
Does anybody need to roll anything?
I'm not going
Coltash-
to make y'all roll.
Coltash hits the pew pew button.
And Bianca, can Bianca hear Rye? Or sense him?
Shh, not anymore.
Welcome to being temporally integrated to your work self.
Where is Commander Cherkev?
Uh,
Who are you
Last night-
asking?
Anybody. I'm on an open channel.
Lieutenant, his last known coordinates were at the same spot the ship was, but out of he was in space.
Get him back! Get him back!
Captain, I have to tell you, he's becoming a Borg.
Get him back! I don't give up on people just because they're Borg.
I don't either. I'm just letting you know.
I can hear it.
Cart to medbay.
Yes?
Incoming science officer who's being turned into a Borg, and we're gonna try and
Wait,
send him
what?
to medbay.
He gets yanked out of the temporal integration. Oh, God.
So Dauntless is still under command lockout.
Yes.
And Bianca's gonna get West Jolly.
Yes.
I want you to save him. Take the security precautions you need to.
Going to try.
I know you will. I'm sending a security team down.
All
Captain.
right.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There was another. There were two transporter signatures that went on to one of the nearby Borg cubes. One of them that went out was Rye. The other one I can only assume was Sloan. I don't know if they left the Borg cube or not.
Can you make a scan?
Can try.
All right. So the transport We'll do that narratively here in a moment. Let's do the scan first. Do you want Catalea to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
My
All right.
science sucks.
All right, so it'll be reason science for her. Sensor science for Dauntless, if someone would like to roll that. I'm going to set the difficulty at 2.
I got it. Sensor.
All right, she made the difficulty. So she says, Captain, I am reading onboard technology on that cube.
Can you isolate it? Can we beam it off? Do something.
I'm going to spend
if
2
it's-
threat.
If it's cloaked, it wouldn't be shielded, right?
That's true, it would not be. Captain, the Borg cube has erected temporal shields.
God damn it!
Damn it! Fuck! God damn it.
We might still be able to beam through it, but and that's when the Borg cube decloaks.
Oh, good.
And
Hi, fam.
it appears to be engaging the Lisette.
Yeah, that tracks.
Fuck.
Does anybody know if this is supposed to be happening?
No.
The doctor comes into the bridge. That Borg cube is not supposed to have temporal shielding. That's the problem. That's what kept the fix from working.
It's Sloan.
Suggestions? My crew can't take any more of this, Doctor. I've almost lost 3 of them. Possibly going to lose the 3rd.
Doctor,
We disconnect them from the collective.
How?
I don't know, but send me over there and I'll figure something out.
Time
Alone?
Lord would be an interesting take.
We can't afford you getting assimilated.
Well then, blow it to shit. Pardon the phrase.
Yeah, I'm going to just blow a Borg cube up with 1 ship.
By my last count, you have 3. And from what I've seen, the Lisette can pack a punch.
permission to engage, Captain.
Come about.
Aye, Captain.
All right, I will be right back because I have to hit the little GM's room again.
Oh God, so do
Then,
I.
now I have to say
And then we
goodbye.
will go down to sick bay.
Oh God.
Hey, this is what happens when you leave temporal shielding, when all of Romulus has been assimilated. Turns out you were assimilated too. Meet your past / alternative temporal self. It's like a reverse me. It's okay, it just hurts a lot. But we'll fix it. And we'll have even more in common.
Oh God, I'm back.
Hello.
Hi.
Poor
I am-
Jonas.
I am
Jonas,
legitimately still shaking.
Jonas is having a bad day. Jonas is very bad, no good day.
Oh. temporal shenanigans, the Borg, his girlfriend turning back into a Borg.
The Borg plus temporal shenanigans.
This is fine.
Okay, so a couple things. First of all, I do want to let y'all know that my threat pool is not what it used to be.
I have been calculating this.
Neither is
Second,
our momentum.
yeah. Second, Janeway's anti-Borg protocols are in effect here. Borg ships cannot adapt to the Dauntless's weapons.
Cool.
Or the Lisette's. Alright, but there is something I have to tell you, Captain. The temporal shielding, for this to work, the temporal shielding on the Krenim ship has to fail.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't, then, well, let's just say the fixed point in time specifies that has to happen.
So we need to come at it from two fronts. Destroy the
So
ship.
we need to let the Borg take down the Krenum's temporal shield, the Krenum ship's temporal shielding, and then attack it.
We have to make sure that temporal shielding doesn't propagate to the rest of the collective. Now,
So what do we have to do?
we take down this ship and we do it quickly, and then other ships will see that this is a greater threat. More Borg ships will come at the Krenim ship and the Lisette, and possibly also us. But that should be enough to knock the Krenum's temporal shielding offline.
All right, let's get to work. Quantum torpedoes, full spread.
All right.
I'm assuming Koltesh is now on the bridge, ready to help.
Yes, and Koltesh would have a tactical thought. Get a scan of the Borg cube before you fire.
Okay.
I.e. scan for weakness.
Okay.
Because that penetrating quality is going to be the only way you overcome its scale.
Okay.
What does
Then
he roll for that?
Then we need to have Catalea scan for weakness, yes?
I believe so. Give me just a moment to find enemy ships. And I've got to look up the Borg cube. We've kind of gone into uncharted territory here. I'm not sure if you're laughing or crying. Possibly both?
It's both.
Oh, our poor cinnamon
My
roll.
hands are still shaking. Like I don't. This is fine.
Because it's got resistance. Yeah, yikes.
By the way, when all of this is happening, I want Pierce to be taking care of Kismet in guest quarters.
Okay.
Because we kind of want sickbay clear.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I mean, you've still got plenty of room in sickbay, but I hear you.
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. We're gonna fight a Borg cube.
I believe in us. Okay, am I doing things? Is it my turn?
Let me finish putting the Borg ship on the screen, and then yes.
Cool. Hey guys, at least it's not a tactical cube.
If it was a
That's true.
tactical cube, I would have quit.
Look, this is the most challenging thing you guys have done yet. I would not have thrown a tactical cube at you.
I mean, between all the stuff that's happening, I'm gonna sleep like I'm either going to sleep like the dead, or I'm not going to sleep at all.
Oh my goodness,
Oh.
right?
Darlene will give you good drugs. You'll be fine.
Okay, so let's cut to sickbay, shall we?
We should.
Okay.
Has the assimilation process completely finished, or because he's been yanked out of the timeline, is it fucked? Like,
There's no sign of the person you know as Rye in this Borg drone.
good, perfect. Awesome.
That being said, there is a security team at the door, and there's a level 4 containment field around it, but that's not going to hold it for long.
Okay. I've never done this on someone else before, so this will be interesting.
Maybe you would like to try throwing a pad at it.
Yeah. It seems to fix most problems. Is he is he active? Is he in stasis? Like,
The drone appears to be assessing its situation.
okay,
And
cool.
it encounters the containment field.
Okay. From my knowledge, does it seem like a drone that's newly emerged from an alcove? Like,
It is a brand new drone.
okay, so like still awaiting orders from the collective and stuff like that.
It's got at least one implant on its right cheek. It may have others that the nanites have constructed.
Yeah, different ones. Yeah, that makes sense.
But it is clearly receiving a signal from the collective, much like
Okay.
you were not long ago.
Yep, fun. Okay. First thing, where I'm gonna contact the doctor
Okay.
and see if she can assist me in removing his interlink frequency.
I'll be right down, but it would be a lot less complicated if you could, disable it first.
I'm going to try, but all right. I'm going to do the best that I can to sort of dampen everything
Okay.
and sedate. Like, obviously you can't quite sedate like drug a drone, but like
You might be able to flood the containment field. This newly formed, it might work.
Sure. Okay, let's try it. Let's try a bunch of anesthetine.
Okay. You start to flood that area with anesthetine gas, and for a half second it slumps, and then it perks back up, like it has stopped breathing.
Yeah, that makes Cool. Okay. Now I'm going to try. You know what? I'm gonna just try talking to it. Why
Duffy,
not?
it takes a step and walks through the containment field.
Oh, yes, adaptation. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna just interpose myself between the drone and whatever it's.
Be the queen you were meant to be.
I'm gonna try.
So you've seen this look before, Duffy. It's looking through you at the medical consoles behind you.
Mm-hmm.
This is when Plakir enters sickbay.
Oh, good. Perfect timing, Plakir. Fuck. Oh, I'm an idiot.
You! Get away from my fiancé!
Plakir, was Rye. Can you help me restrain him? Actually,
Duffy, give
Maybe not.
me a daring security check.
Plakir, you probably should stay away from him. Never mind. bad. No, I don't want you to get assimilated. Oh, bad.
Give me a
This is bad.
daring security from me, please. Contested.
This is where we all become a poor crew. This is fun. Ryan, why did you have to have your stupid pride stay on the ship? God damn it.
Okay. Dahli, the drone basically picks you up by the shoulders and moves you a meter to the left.
Uh-huh.
And just starts walking toward the medical console again.
You know what? Fuck this. Fuck being nice. You know what? No, I'm a fucking pork. Fuck being nice. I'm a like lemur jump onto his back and inject my own assimilation tubules into his neck.
Okay. I'm gonna give myself a threat because that's a lethal attack. Give me daring security. This will be contested.
I take the last moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yay!
Okay. You stab these tubules into its neck. And go ahead and roll damage for me. I'll take the first one.
They're identical rolls.
They're
yes.
the same.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're not sure if your nanites are having any effect at first, but then the drone collapses.
Oh, good. Cool. Start! Can I hear him in my head?
And that's when the doctor races over immediately and starts working with the sonic screwdriver. She says, oh no. Your nanoprobes and the nanoprobes that are in him. Now, they're not identical, obviously, but this could be very, very bad unless we can get those nanoprobes, all of those nanoprobes out of him quickly.
Ooh, do we have information about what Phlox did?
On what is?
Phlox?
Phlox? Sorry, yeah, Phlox.
Denobulan DNA is resistant to assimilation.
Oh, but didn't he do like a specific thing to like quick purge?
He basically tried to pray the assimilation away.
No, like didn't he do a thing with like an EMP or something and like?
I'm not quite sure. I don't remember that episode very well. Let me look it up.
He did develop a method of deactivating all of nanites in his body.
Yeah.
Regeneration. Let's see.
Okay, Dahli, and
Yeah.
let me share this link in the Discord. But Dahli, let's make this a difficulty 3.
Yeah, it's an Omicron treatment.
Yeah, we'll make it difficulty
Omicron
3.
radiation.
Daring medicine, and again, the EMH and the ship will be able to assist.
We got the ship.
So someone wants to roll computers medicine for Dauntless. You got 2 from the doctor. The EMH, I
Okay.
should say.
And
I'll roll the Dauntless.
I'm assuming I have.
Oh yes, your
several
nanotechnology
focuses.
focus applies all over the place here.
And you got 1 from the ship. All right. Yeah.
3 momentum. And yes, you with that recollection, that combination of player knowledge and character knowledge, you're able to quickly deactivate all of the nanites in his system, yours and the collectives.
Yeah, I imagine it's pretty painful though.
Not
Well,
as
good thing
painful
he's
as being
not-
assimilated twice.
But drones are kind of what they're immune to pain, right?
They are. That which applies to non-lethal attacks. Technically, you basically killed him in order to cure him.
Cool. Excellent.
It's a good thing you didn't take personally that whole "I don't want you to treat me" thing, though.
Yeah, no, this kind of overrides that. Fuck you, I have precedence on this.
Captain's orders. The captain ordered you
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
to save him, so if he has a problem with it, he can take it up with me.
And then, while that's happening and while he's incapacitated, I will do my best to sever his, like, do the collective and remove all of
the Time Lord doctor's on that.
Yeah.
Like,
Because I imagine because, like Locutus, he wasn't like quote unquote assimilated for too long, so he doesn't have quite as many.
It's going to be
like,
very
long
easy to
term.
remove the implants. It's going to be
Yeah.
narrative, and it's going to be like after this scene, but there's not going to be a roll involved. You made the rolls.
Excellent. So yeah, flop him onto a bio bed.
Right next to Shiana's.
No, there's a space missing.
No, there's the
Just
whole.
to be safe.
There's the man space in between, just like the urinals.
Well, also, and I'm still going to keep a containment field up just to be sure.
Yeah.
until-
No, that's smart. Okay, so back to the ship combat. Bianca had
Yeah.
ordered a full spread.
Once we figured out where to target it.
Yep. So Cataly's going to do that scan. Give me just a moment to look up the roll. Thankfully, I have a cheat sheet for this.
Reason science?
I think so. I just want to make sure. Scan for weakness is control science, believe it or not.
Control
Difficulty
science.
1.
Alright.
But Cataly's control is also very good.
Mm.
If someone would like to roll sensors security for the Dauntless.
Sure. I've been having good luck.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
All right. You
Continues to
all went
hold.
from having like no momentum to having a full pool. And you will have the penetrating advantage on your quantum torpedo attack. The Borg cube, for its part, is returning fire on the Lancet. Which is a narrative thing. I'm not going to have it roll.
The Lestat is the Romulan ship?
Yes.
Yep. Alright. Koltesh. Isolate those coordinates and fire quantum torpedoes full spread.
Koltesh is Journey's character, yes?
Yeah, I got the
Yeah.
character sheet pulled up.
Okay.
Why did I imagine that Koltesh was a Ferengi for half a second? What the fuck?
Nope.
Did I need to roll anything for that?
Yeah, you're going to want to roll control security for that. It's going to be difficulty 2. The Dauntless rolls weapon security.
I don't think I have any focuses.
Let me look. Secondary characters. Koltesh is kind of a jack of all trades. He does not have an applicable focus here.
Alright. What's the number that I have to beat?
Difficulty is 2.
2. Okay. Is everybody okay if I grab 1 die?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 1 momentum for 1 dice, please.
Okay, will do.
3. Alright, and Task roll. 3 successes.
Okay, so you'll gain the momentum back. Did someone roll for Dauntless already? Oh yeah, you did.
Sensor security. Yup.
It's weapon security actually for this.
Oh.
Yeah, I think sensor security was for the scan for weakness.
Oh, I can roll again.
Go ahead.
Oh. Pfft.
All right, I'm just gonna bank that. Alrighty. We'll deduct 1 power, which Dauntless should be at full power. Hang on. Oh, right, I'm using the blue bar for power. Okay. And these the quantum torpedoes fly toward the coordinates on the Borg cube, reminiscent of First Contact, the scene where the Enterprise fires its quantum torpedoes. Jonas, go ahead and roll damage.
Alright, and that's just hitting the button on the...
hitting the quantum torpedoes button on the Dauntless.
Alright.
Ooh, nice damage.
Yeah, can we spend some momentum to ignore some of that resistance?
The penetrating trait that you gain from... Okay, short answer is yes. Long answer is the penetrating trait that you gain gives you... reduces the resistance by 2 for each effect rolled.
Alright.
So... its resistance is 9 right now. You can spend resistance, or you can spend momentum to lower that further.
Yeah.
Is it 9 before the 6 is applied?
No, it's at 9 after the 6 is applied. Let me double check that, actually, because it's scale 13, not scale 15, isn't it? Yep. Okay, so I take that back, because resistance is 7 before you apply any further piercing.
Can we spend 2 momentum for piercing?
That'll reduce its resistance by 4, down to 3.
Alright.
Now then, and with that being said, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 minus 3 is 9, but this was also a spread. And each of those effects means you're doing half damage again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
9
a
plus
spread
5
yeah.
plus 5 is 5.
Yeah, spread with scan weakness is ridiculous. Especially if you have a rapid fire photon torpedo launcher. I found that out on accident when I was running the game. I was like, and then another ship appears.
Oh, and then suddenly a Tarask appears. Party's over.
Cute. Okay. With 1 torpedo salvo, y'all have buckled the Borg cube's shields. It will go without saying to say that you have attracted its attention.
Mm.
Oh, fuck.
With 5 breaches.
Good thing nothing is centralized in the cube.
Do we still have momentum, or does it go to the ship?
Oh, you still have 4 momentum. Like you
I mean,
2.
turn order. Is it
turn
hours?
Turn order. If you all would like to continue to keep the initiative, you'll have to spend momentum to do it.
If we do, I would like to, so that Jonas could put us in evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong table, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Oh, wait, does anybody have quick to action?
Shanna does, but she's out cold.
Dang, okay.
Unless, actually, hasn't been a scene change yet. If y'all would like, I can deduct a momentum for a scene change. We'll say that it happened going from sickbay to this scene, so that Shiana is conscious once again.
Okay.
Shiana, please don't go immediately fight the Borg.
I'm good with that.
Shiana looks like death comes onto the bridge, and Bianca's like, "What the hell?"
Yeah,
should be
like
resting.
if that happens, she would basically be looking like Chekhov did after that earworm came out of him.
But also, what the hell did you expect from me?
2 hits
I
to
guess this is
weapons.
also true.
So sad trombone, sad trombone noises for
Alexa, play
Shanna's
Despacito.
for Shanna's TR-116 that got blown up with the ship.
And then Bianca's gonna be like, all right, evasive maneuvers.
Okie dokie.
Bring us in line with the other ships.
Aye, Captain. Amusingly, we still should register as Borg to the Borg ship, shouldn't we?
They're probably going to adapt to that.
I was
Yeah,
about to say.
I noticed that pretty quick.
Okay, what do I roll to do evasive maneuvers?
Daring Con, if I recall. But
Yes.
give me a moment. Let me finish marking these breaches, and I can check for sure.
Okay, that's fine. Take your time.
Shanna just sits up and goes,
My ship needs me.
Away.
just pushes Dahley out of the way.
and basically leaning on Plakir all the way up to the bridge.
Best. Shanna is best character.
No.
So yeah, with 1 torpedo strike, y'all watch. This cube survives because Bianca, you're just not Jean-Luc Picard, and you don't have a fleet of like 10 other ships firing at the same spot. But the power systems across the cube flicker for several moments, and y'all get a hailing frequency. Unidentified, unknown vessel. This is the RRW Lisette. Identify yourself.
Lisette, this is USS Dauntless. We've come to assist.
Copy. We'll concentrate our fire. And Jonas, go ahead and give me an evasive maneuver. It's Daring Con, difficulty of 1.
Okay, I'm gonna take 1 momentum just for Cautious Con, so
Yep.
I can make us hopefully back some extra.
No worries. Sometimes you gotta spend it to make it.
Just like money that way.
Wow.
And it's a good thing
rerolled
you
that.
spent for cautious.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll that complication.
Yeah, I figured you might.
We've been getting so many of those goose eggs. All right, there we go.
All right, so 3 momentum gained, and Dauntless gains gains +2 resistance.
From glancing impact.
All right, you have the Borg cube's attention. It is going to engage its tractor beam.
Oh yeah! This is good. This is fine. And Bianca, is there something? Can Bianca further talk to the Lisette?
Yes, I'll consider that a free action. In fact, I mean, Lisette will be able to fire on your weak point because you all have
RW
communication.
Lisette, listen to me very, very carefully. The Anorax's temporal shielding must go offline.
Say again, Dauntless?
The Anorax's temporal shielding must go offline. My ship is out of temporal sync with yours. I'm sure you'll be able to figure that out if you take a quick scan. But trust me on this one. Also, at this point, my ship should not exist. She should still be in space dock. You can confirm with your Federation sources.
We'll run the records. Maybe not right this moment, though. Okay, so...
Over Bianca!
Well, I figure if the Anorax's temporal shielding goes offline, we can go now. We can...
Oh, hang on. I'm actually going to print this page real quick for myself. No, I don't want to print the entire manual. Thank you.
Would you like to print 500 pages?
Oh yeah, no. That's gonna be a no from me, dog. Okay. Because I need to see what evasive action actually does for you all.
It
Okay.
increases the
Increases
difficulty to hit.
difficulty by
doesn't it?
1. Yep.
Yeah.
It is still going to attempt to lock a tractor beam. It's going to have its difficulty increased due to the damage to its weapon systems.
And with the
Invasive maneuvers, yeah.
Yep. So it's control security. I'm going to spend 1 threat to give it an extra die.
Your big pool of threat is all gone.
Nah, I got a little bit back, because y'all made a couple of lethal attacks, and, you know.
Yeah, we're Starfleet. Lethality hitting is bad for us.
You
Wow.
guys are Starfleet. Technically, I'm not Starfleet.
That's a 16, a 14, and a 17. That is not 6 successes. That's the good news.
Oh, good.
Also, I
Thank
was rolling
God.
sensors engineering, so let's fix that.
Hey, roll 20. What the fuck?
Right?
So how many successes?
I'm going to have to double check.
Ooh, 2.
Just 1. No, 2. 2 successes, which is not enough. So the Borg ship attempts to lock a tractor beam, and it goes wide thanks to the Dauntless's evasive action.
Good flying, Lieutenant.
Jonas doesn't actually respond. He's
Concentrating in the
Very
zone.
much so, yes.
He's not only piloting, he's using his listening to pilot reactively.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But am I correct, out of character, am I correct in assuming that if the Anorax's temporal shielding goes offline, then we can be out of here?
Yeah, once the temporal shielding on the Anorax goes offline, this entire timeline vanishes. Shortly
And,
thereafter.
And Bianca's gonna be like, say again, the Anorax needs to take its temporal shields offline, and then we can all get the hell out of here.
There is one thing they have to do first, and this is the reason why the Borg aren't allowed to have temporal shielding. There's a nearby Borg transwarp conduit. They need to hit that with their temporal weapon.
And they need to hit the nearby transwarp conduit with their temporal weapon. Do you read?
This rather condescending voice comes over the con. Anorax here, that was our plan. Engaging now.
Is that what they need to do, or is that, like, should we stop them from doing that as well?
No, that's what they need to do.
First, we need to take down the temporal shielding on the stupid Borg cube.
We did.
Oh, did
Well,
we?
you took out its regular shielding, which I guess means you also took out its temporal shielding. So
I was gonna say we caused 5 breaches and didn't take out its temporal shielding.
Yeah, no, a lot of its systems are struggling to come back online.
All right.
That is when a second Borg cube decloaks, the GM said, deducting 2 threat.
God damn it.
Heading straight for the Anorax. If we take our shields down now, that Borg cube is going to destroy us.
That Borg cube won't be an issue if you take your shields down. It'll end this temporal loop.
That's when the other Borg ship, and I'm going to spend 1 point of threat for this.
Really?
Hits the Anorax, disabling its temporal shielding.
Ah! Ha 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 ha.
Oh, hey, nice.
Hey, it worked! We did it!
And the doctor says, "All right, I think that's our cue. We'd better get out of here."
Fire it up.
Bye.
Captain, what about Sloan? He's probably still on the board cube.
Doctor, should we worry about Sloan? Or is he going to disappear with this timeline?
We fix the temporal anomaly, and when that Borg cube he's going to go with it.
Would any of his connections to the Skinia prevent him from blipping out of time?
He doesn't have a temporal drive. He needed one on that other ship. And
Yes,
there's no
but-
temporal shielding on that cube.
Yes, I'm only saying this because remember the Skinia made a meteor planet appear out of nowhere. They can move things through time and space.
Even so, they need something to do that. The most he's going to have on him is a backpack.
Okay,
If it makes you feel better, we can always bring him over here.
I do not want him on my ship.
Me neither.
Okay, then let's get out of here.
All right, one last roll to make. Jonas? Control con?
Take a
In-
momentum for the love of Pete.
In bold
We're
letters
cautious,
above
and if
Jonas's
anything else.
head, Jonas is uneasy about this choice. All right, con and what?
Control con and structure con for Dauntless. Difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3. All right, if it's okay, I'm gonna take 3 momentum for 2
Okay.
extra dice.
Yeah. I deducted one already,
And-
so we'll just deduct the extra
Wow. Wow. Ugh. Fuck.
2. You rolled structure security. You should be rolling
Oh.
structure con.
Okay. Y'all are lucky I clicked bad.
Okay.
That's better
And
than
Missed it by
I've
1.
I've got cautious con, so here we go. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, yep. I'm gonna re-roll that bad number.
Holy shit, y'all.
Look, today has been really up and down with rolls.
Right? I'm spending my
7
last
successes.
threat. My last 1 point of threat.
Wow.
The Borg cube that is still trying to recover is going to bring its weapon systems back online and attempt to hit the Dauntless with a cutting beam.
Can we spend our last 2 momentum to have its weapon systems overload instead?
I'm for that.
You
Or even just short out, like,
know what? Yeah, we'll do that. Or we'll just have it miss. For 2 momentum?
No,
we'll have it
overload.
miss. Overload? Okay.
I want more damage to that bad bitch.
it's going to cease to exist anyway. Why hurt them?
And because of Jonas's role, Sloan should be dead. I'm just saying.
6. Y'all had 6 on a difficulty 3. So yeah.
That last overload hits Sloane's mobile emitter and he dies in agony.
Actually, that's a 2, 4, 6. That's a 7 on a difficulty 3.
Yeah, so y'all end up with 4 a net of 4 momentum even after that spend.
I'm shaking.
If it had fired, it would have hit.
How much damage does a cutting beam do?
Decent amount.
It's pretty hefty.
16 challenge dice.
Yeah, it sucks.
Would we have lived through that?
Well, yeah, because it does like 2 breaches.
It wouldn't have hurt as much as our quantum torpedo salvo.
Because it's a salvo. Precisely because
Because
it's
it's
a
a salvo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what they can do. I beat the Zenkethi with it. I beat them hard with it.
You beat them like a bad Dobie with it.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so what happens?
So there's an explosion on the Borg ship where one of its cutting beams was located. that area just explodes. Shortly thereafter, as the Dauntless comes about to engage the time vortex, a wave of temporal energy starts emanating from the transwarp conduit that the Anorax had hit, and then from the Anorax itself. That's the last thing you all see before Dauntless jumps back into the time matrix.
Can I have Jonas roll composure, because this is a lot of time shenanigans and Borg stuff all at once.
Definitely. Would you say difficulty 3 would be
Very much
would be
so,
sufficient?
because he's about in the same seat I am, and I'm trembling.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Well, let's do control command.
Okay. That's
No
I don't have
focus,
any.
and I'm going to use your attunement focus as a complication. So you're going to have a complication range of 2.
Okay. No focuses. And that's 2. I'm just gonna roll as is, because Jonas and I have been through a lot tonight, folks.
True story. Still almost made it.
Not bad. You kind of like slide off your chair.
He kind of like kind of goes on the helm console.
Now, Jonas, you as much as you've been through, you don't trust your legs to hold your weight. But apart from that, you feel surprisingly okay. Like, as long as you sit in this chair for the next, maybe 5 days, you feel like you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Bianca's gonna key the comm pad on her chair. She's gonna be like, bridge to sickbay? I assume since we haven't been assimilated that you were successful.
And yeah, I'm gonna deduct a momentum for a scene change here. So
it seems as if all things are all right.
Rai appears to be in one piece, and Rai, you wake up in sickbay.
In pain.
Muted compared to the pain that you were in when you lost consciousness, but Adam, you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I watched something. I heard my name come up, but I thought we were still just talking about me, not to me.
No, sorry. No, Rai, you have just woken up. You ache like you have not since your initial weeks of Tal Shiar training. But your thoughts are your own. And frankly, you're a little surprised you're alive.
That's why I'm groaning.
Try not to move too quickly. The damage to your spine was extensive.
I moan back.
And then that's when you see the captain come in.
I moan even louder.
You seem to be alive, much to your own chagrin.
The job got done.
It did.
Well, here we go.
Hopefully everything is as it was. We, the ambassador, thanks to you. Don't do that again. Big damn hero thing.
Captain, I have a confession to make. I don't
That
think
you
I'll
have
be
a
able to
death
make that. I'll be able to make my next shift.
Well, I think we can overlook that, given recent events.
Good.
Also,
but your next one's going to be a double because of that big damn hero bullshit you tried to pull.
Next time I'll make sure I die.
Not if I have anything.
You
to
have
say
a
about
death
it.
wish, don't you, Commander?
No. I have an overwhelming desire to make sure the job gets done.
Uh-huh.
This is about when Shiana shows up in sickbay, practically being carried by Plakir.
Ah, hero number 2.
Oh, good. I have a cellmate.
You have 2. Well,
Also, I should remind you, Commander, you are an XB now.
welcome to the club.
Oh, do I get a fun name too? Am I
Nope.
3.14 of? Oh
Nope.
God, I can't even remember this. I can't even remember the cubed version of pi.
But the next time you piss me off, I get to throw a pad at your face.
In my defense, it's just big enough for your face.
Would you like some anesthetic?
Rye? Rye, you remember everything. And for a few brief moments, you were 16 of 30.
I mean, I ain't
Tertiary
gonna say
adjunct
that.
to Unimatrix 652.
I ain't gonna say that, but gotcha.
Would you like something for the pain, Commander?
Oh no. It's a comfortable reminder that I'm alive.
Alright, I'm going to leave this hypos right here. And I will just kind of like press it into his hand. And then I'm
No
gonna go,
shame in taking a mild analgesic. I've heard those implants itch like a bitch.
Someone get me one of those fancy silver blankets. I'm cold.
Oh, I love those blankets so much.
I'm gonna go fuss over Shiana now.
And Bianca's gonna check on Sisram as well. You gonna be with us, big guy?
Sisram just kind of leans toward Shiana and Rai and says, "No one shall speak of what transpired. Are we agreed?"
Of course, Sister Am. Not a word.
I mean, in your defense, she's a really tough bitch. But I'll let you watch her sell if it'll make you feel better.
I think you may want more than simply me. I know my capabilities.
She's on the ship?
She is in the brig.
And Shannon just grins. Well,
Yeah,
Is
and
it-
I might or might not have neglected to give other me the neural suppressant back.
You've got 3
Captain.
momentum. Would you like to spend some of that to make sure that
No,
happened? Okay.
because I have a feeling she's not going to use it on us.
Captain,
Oh no! Sarah, I'm giving myself threat.
as promising and tempting as that may seem, having Shiana's counterpart mentally stable enough to face trial would probably be beneficial.
Yeah, I guess. And Bianca will just make the order. I guess everybody's suffered enough.
I'm going to like make a pad of like physical therapy stuff that Shiana's gonna have to do.
Yeah, and Bianca is going to compose a note to Dr. Jar, like, hey, you got any good counselors? Because I'm going to need.
Have Pierce!
boo.
We have Pierce, but we're going to need help.
Pierce is going to want a specialist, and as it happens, he's heard a couple of names bandied about, and between now and next session, you'll have a note back with a name and possibly a person attached.
Excellent. And Bianca's going to go down to see Kismet.
Okay. Who is where? Oh, in quarters.
In guest quarters on the diplomatic deck.
Oh, I should probably go with her to make sure Kismet's okay.
Yeah, well, Dr. Pierce has been taking care of her, but
Just to be sure.
yeah, definitely.
Because doesn't she need that Ketracel white stuff?
She doesn't know.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
I don't think. I never really thought about that, honestly. So, you hit the chime on the quarters, and you hear, "Enter."
And Bianca just comes through and flanked by Zahli. Kismet.
Captain
I'm glad to
West.
see you're all right.
Thank you. And she manages a small smile. I believe my function on Sloane's ship was largely collateral, although I'm sure he would not have been upset if the Zealand peace talks had fallen through.
Yeah, he had a vested interest in keeping this alliance from moving forward.
Then he does not understand the Zealand. If I had died, they would have simply sent a replacement. Individuals mean very little within the Zealand societal structure.
Oh, mood.
Oh, that's a little unsettling, but we value you.
I appreciate your concern, Captain.
And you.
My head physician would like to take a look at you, just to be sure.
Of course.
Scan. I scanned to make sure.
Okay.
It's okay.
Give me reason medicine. Base difficulty would be 0, so unless you're scanning for something in particular.
I'm scanning her. I'm scanning the implant that she has to make sure like that nothing is damaged and like that her connection to the Zealand Queen is
Okay.
like just that kind of like basic like maintenance, both cybernetically and biologically.
Okay. So, yeah, reason medicine. And we'll say the difficulty is 1.
Okay, and I have a focus.
Yep. All right, 3 successes. So the scan of her implants and her biology seem to indicate nothing out of the ordinary. The implants are responding as normal. No sign of trauma.
Physically anyway.
Even mentally, even mental trauma leaves physical markers.
Okay. Well, it appears that at least, in spite of things, they kept you in relative good health.
I didn't have time to torture her, I'm sure.
I believe the orders Colonel Darrow received were to have me kept alive and unspoiled?
That is interesting.
Well, we have Colonel Darrow in custody. And Sloane was destroyed.
That is very good news.
They were agents of the Skinia. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. But we've seen their influence throughout the nebula. They've been a bit of a thorn in our side for some time.
Well, perhaps without their interference, we might finally see some peace in the nebula. Of course, we will still have to work for it.
You always have to fight for paradise. That's what my mom used to tell me.
An interesting saying.
She knew what she was talking about, for the most part.
You should rest and make sure that you have a decent meal.
Thank you. I expect we will return to Starbase 374 shortly.
Yeah.
At which time I will be ready to resume my duties.
Good. In the meantime, if you have to avail yourself of the ship's replicators, holodecks, whatever, you're our guest.
Thank you, Captain.
But I just wanted to make sure that you were all right. I have my own duties to attend to.
Of course.
I'm gonna wait a minute after Bianca. That's okay.
Okay. So after Bianca leaves, you stay there.
Yeah. And I'm just going to look to Kismet. I don't know how exactly your relationship with your queen is, but are you sure that she is also undamaged?
My connection with the Queen was cut when the other ship engaged its temporal drive. It appears that I may need to take some time to reestablish that once we have returned to the time where we are supposed to be, depending on the precision of our return.
We should be back shortly. If you require any assistance, I believe Lieutenant Cardin, myself, or Lieutenant Commander Ron can help you.
Thank you, Doctor.
I hope that you do not find the silence discomforting.
In truth, the Queen's voice joins mine only when she needs to communicate through me. It is somewhat different connection than the one you experience with the Borg. It is more private.
Interesting.
But also more intimate.
Imagine. If you require anything, or anything changes, please let me know.
Thank you, Doctor.
And I will leave her with something like a sedative in case she needs it for sleep.
Okay.
And then I will head off.
Okay. So, does anyone else have a scene before we kind of wrap things up?
Do we have cryostasis on the ship?
You could probably jury rig something.
Because I would like to put Commander Darrow in cryo.
Colonel Darrow, yes. That's a good way to
And
distinguish them, by the way.
yeah, Colonel Darrow into cryostasis and make sure that their cybernetic systems don't override that.
That's right, she has cybernetics.
It's almost as if we have someone who would be good for that.
I also want to hug Jonas a lot, but that's a whole separate thing.
So let's go ahead and wrap up because that is something like the aftermath I think deserves its own episode.
Jonas did want to do something.
Okay, what you got?
When there's a quiet moment and
Mhm.
Jonas can actually manage to stand and move away from his
Okay.
station.
So we'll do
He
a
would,
scene change, so it's going to be a little while.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, after the Dauntless returns to its time, basically a little bit before where you left off,
Mm,
and back in orbit around Starbase 374.
okay. Jonas would like to find a quiet place, so
Mhm.
just like anywhere quiet. It doesn't even have to be his quarters. He just wants to find a very quiet place,
He ends up in the
and
hydroponics bay.
that's perfect.
Franz.
Huh?
The Franz are there.
And he would he's gonna just sit down and like listen to the silence for a moment and then gradually open himself up to the music around him. And then just because I am super paranoid right now, I would like to listen to make sure Sloane's artificial music is gone from the tapestry.
Okay. Give me an insight command roll. I'm going to set the difficulty at 4
Okay.
because you have been through so much.
Yeah, this is
And
pushing it, I know.
You are
Take-
so
take-
tired.
Take the 3 momentum if you need to.
Yeah, I
Or
will
if
take.
you use your determination.
He already
I
used it.
actually used it.
He
I
used
was
it
the
to
last
he used
one
it to save Rye's life. So actually, you know what? I will give that back to you if you want to use it here.
Is Rye still gonna make it?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
But because you used it so altruistically.
because you used it to
Okay.
save someone's life.
Okay.
I will give you
Okay,
a second point of determination that you can use here.
I would like to use that for an automatic 2, and then I will take the 3 to give myself an extra 2.
Okay, that sounds good.
And you have your focus.
And I'm spending
have-
2 threat to increase your complication range to 3.
Okay. That's 5 successes with 1 complication.
So you clear your mind, and after a few moments, all you hear is the sprinklers just feeding the plants. And then you deepen your connection. You can feel the people, the crew of the Dauntless going about their daily business. You can feel Starbase 374, and you can hear it. You can hear and feel the people who have the people who've been affected by Lieutenant Angel's death, trying to make through, trying to push ahead with their lives.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel a sense of elation, but also stress from the diplomatic teams who are going back to work after the crisis has been averted.
Mm-hmm.
Reaching out further, you can feel the nebula itself and the tachyon eddies that carry their own song, and to an extent carry some of the anomalies that circulate through this nebula. You can hear the cetaceans singing. The only remnant of the Skinia that you can hear is the remnant that created the nebula. The remnant without which the nebula and all its life would not exist. But of Sloane there is no trace.
And once he feels that, he's going to just smile and then fall backwards and pass out from stress.
Thud.
Passes out in a bed of leaves. It's down in the dirt.
Where's Lieutenant Carden? Sleep in the sleep in the
Lieutenant Carden
potato
is in the hydroponics bay.
Lieutenant Carden is passed the F out.
Lieutenant Carden has left the library. Lieutenant Carden has been saved.
No.
No, no.
Oh, I
Bad.
just thought that. Oh man.
That, I think, is a great place to wrap up for the evening, though.
Yay.
Final